everyone, and welcome back to another video here on the channel. There'll be no cameras or anything today as we are recording via Discord, and via popular demand we are doing a tier list, but this is more of a prediction list, as currently as time of recording it is the 14th of February, which means EX11 is out, but only just barely. So we're going to do a little bit of a tier list here, trying to predict where we believe the format of EX11 will go, as well as AD01, with our limited knowledge and maybe some predictability with how the set's been going so far and how it will maybe impact some decks going forward. Now, by the time you are actually watching this video, it's probably very defined of where things from EX11 are standing, but like I say, we're trying to make a prediction and see how it goes, and we'll see how right we get with this. I'm LumusTCG, and I am joined today by Trevor, Adam, and Amy. We're going to be going through this. This is Adam's baby, his idea. He's been fighting for this for over a year, I want to say.
It's been a while, yeah. me and Shiro suggested this, I think, near the start of doing the podcasts. Shiro couldn't be with us today as Valentine's plans.
Yes, it is currently Valentine's Day, and we're choosing to record.
We're all...
Hey, I have no plans, just so.
Yeah, but like I have been putting this together. We've got a lot of decks on this list. Quite a few of them. Like, it'll take a few seconds to like agree that where they're placed. A good lot more. We'll have more discussion on them. Even if we agree what tier they go in, we'll probably have more discussion on them anyway. Just in terms of that's the kind of deck they are. But yeah.
The big thing also to real quick that you can see on screen, we're not doing this by tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, 1.5, all that stuff. I feel like that's a bit too arbitrary. So we kind of like all agree that's not the type of tier list we wanted to do. So it's a bit more giving the tier titles to kind of make it a bit more understandable as you're watching about what kind of deck it is.
The vibe of these decks more than just like a straight up ranking. It is the like these are what you can expect, like the sort of the vibes of what you'll be playing, and what sort of level that'll be at.
We will say these are all just our opinions, and like I say, we are going to be guessing this. We are not the be all end all. We are not saying this is what is going to be. This is what we're predicting it's going to be, and your opinions could be completely different. And we can only go off our own limited knowledge.
This is just what we think. I'll run down the tiers real quick for the audience. So at the very top, we have elephants. These are the elephant in the room decks that are just that good. They are the best, and it would be weird not to talk about them as so. Below that, we have meta-defining and gatekeepers. So things that will not only define what the meta is for the coming format, but things that'll just like gatekeep other things out of that, like that are just maybe not taking all the wins themselves, but definitely stopping the majority of the other decks from climbing up further. Below that, strong but fair. This is going to be the majority of decks. Like, this is just going to be your average deck that you would pick up. It'll pick up some wins here and there. Your standard sort of tier 2. Below that, pilot dependent or rogue. So things that are purely dependent on how good you are on that deck. If you are a really, really good player on that deck, it could probably take you very, very far and probably take you to top 16s at regionals and things like that. But for the majority of people that if they would just pick up the deck, probably wouldn't be able to do that well with it. Second from the bottom, we've got winning isn't everything. These are decks that are probably not going to pick up very many wins at all. If you're playing at a locals, they might win a locals, as sort of a local hero, but apart from that, they're not going to do well at like a regional level. Maybe 1 or 2 wins, but you'll be near the bottom tables most of the day, probably. But it's about fun. And then the very last table are hoping for the buy, waiting room, decks that just do not have the cards to support them, to make them playable, even. Like decks that are only going to win if they get the buy.
Also known as your table 500.
Table 500. You are.
Or half baked.
You...
Half baked, I still feel quite good. As a. We
Okay.
need more
tech-
cards
tech-
to get better, guys.
I mean,
just
technically,
saying.
they both work for the slash, right? It's like hoping for the buy, table 500, waiting room, half baked.
Exactly.
That's cool. Awesome token. Right. So we'll get into this. And we will start with the deck we can't not talk about, which is Hoodie. It's been plaguing us since November. I don't think I have to wait for consensus. Like this in my head is why I named this tier.
Yeah. Like,
Honestly, I think with new decks coming out as well, it's got a lot of answers to them. So yeah.
it's a deck that's been plaguing for such a long time. It's so strong. It's definitely an elephant in the room. Like, it may not win every event, but it definitely tops and gets far in every event.
I think usually I see it take at least a quarter, like 25% of a top 16 in like every regionals or like nationals I've seen it play at, if not more. Like obviously the one we played at in Bristol last November when it came out, it took like I think it was 7 of the top 16, 7 or 8, which was crazy. I think it's still like for Japan nationals, it took like 25% of the top 16. And that's played under BT24 format that was. And it's currently, as of recording, LA Bandai Fest going on. So their national events for North America going on. So we'll see how that does, but I know the commentators, it started a few hours ago, the commentators are already predicting Hoodie's gonna win.
You know what it reminds me of? It's like Malice, but for Digimon. Malice only has literally before the ban list he'll hit in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has one YCS top and that is it.
Yeah. It's like it is the boogeyman, like it does so well, and it really, really like just demolishes pretty much every other deck. But like there's certain players out there on certain decks that can beat it and beat it kind of consistently enough to like top past it.
Now,
But it's like majority of people, if they picked up this deck, like they could just do very well with it just on the merits of itself.
Now, I know we said we're also doing AD01 stuff here, which we personally theorize that by the time we get AD01s out, there will be a ban list. We are not taking that into consideration because it's going to be impossible to get, as much as we sit there and we can sit and say, Hoodie needs hit. And a lot of the community says Hoodie needs hit. There's no guarantee Bandai's going to hit it, so there's no point trying to do this list in the sense of like, it's hit, where's it going? Because it's impossible to predict what they're going to hit and that stuff. But I believe, under the impression that it's getting hit, if we said so, I think this deck still would, at that point, its worst case scenario becomes meta-defining Gatekeeper, because it is just that strong of a deck. It's got gatekeeperness.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think I said it to you, like, it depends what they hit. Like, it could be another Stingmon situation, you know? They hit the starter deck, was it starter deck Stingmon for Imperial, and it did nothing. It's like, why did they even hit that? Like, they could hit that, or they could hit Hoodie herself, and the deck drops down to, like, here, you know? Like a Numemon sort of situation where it, like, goes down to, like, here or something.
Yeah.
I feel like depending on the level of hit, it'll most likely probably fall down to like Rogue. Like if it's like even like a medium to strong card hit in it. Like I feel like that's kind of the playstyle because it's so varied. This is one of the issues with Hoodie. There's so many cards to its pile that people's variations on it are so wide in terms of exact ratios or even just like different tech cards that they're using. Like I've seen lists that run, obviously a lot of them run like Venus. Like if they're playing like the control variant, they're running like Venus top end. I've seen like CS Gallant run, like Floodgates and stuff. There's obviously the Loop build that's doing very well in like East, like Japan and stuff. That's like a lot more focused on just playing like Pyildra and Chimera and like obviously the Shakus, and just get more DNAs and like just win that way. Like you can focus on the options, and that's like the control build. You can like kind of mix the two and kind of still come out with a competent deck. It's part of the issue is it's too varied. You can make it too many different ways that you cannot prepare for as a player. Yeah, I mean, this thing needs something done to it. I think some of the new stuff from these new sets from 24 and 11 kind of deal with it a bit better, but I don't think they deal with it enough.
Main problem the deck just has, it's got way too much draw power. All of its power at such low levels, so it's super quick to just get going. So much stuff it just does for free.
Cough, playing too much for free.
Yeah, it's just it is just a big snowball of just like one thing after another with this deck.
But I feel like you covered pretty much all of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've talked Hoodie to death as a community. Everyone knows that Hoodie is that awful butterfly in the room. It needs to go away. I think this is one of the best decks that Digimon has ever seen. Like, I think that's not a crazy call to make. But we can move on because
I was gonna say, what's our next deck?
Our next deck is Dark Animal Mastemon.
I think this is potentially, I want to say meta defining.
I'm gonna put it bluntly. This is the best version of Mastemon right here. This is
well.
no, it's not even in my head. This is the best one.
As the resident Mastemon player, I don't think I've ever lost to that Dark Animal Mastemon.
Yeah, but like I don't think it has a great matchup against Mastemon. But the fact that this deck, especially when I played against it at Nationals, right? This deck can literally go from 0 to 100, and I mean 100 being like you are dead, you have just lost. Like there was no even option for you to like do anything to counter this at all in like half a second. I watched my opponent. He came 16th at Nationals, Fenton, on this deck, and he literally sat across from me and was like, "Oh, I feel like
He can't came 16th.
I'll just go for it. If I don't know if I have it or not." And then like 5 minutes in, after playing like by himself, like what I tend to do with different decks, like just comboing, he just obliterates me, and it's like, it's not even, it doesn't even feel fair. It doesn't feel like normal Mastemon where it's like they're combining a lot. Because of the Dark Animal engine, it just feels like so accelerated, and sometimes they don't even need to DNA because they have the 2 or more same level requirement like already.
Saying
Like-
that person can't came 16th, by the way, because at Nationals it was Sasha that came 16th.
Oh, he came top 16. I think he came like 15th, 14th. I don't think he came top 8. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong on that. Don't hurt me. But I don't know. I played against him and he was very, very like good.
I can only talk about it in the purpose of playing into Master or play Master into it. I haven't played it with other strategies, so
I mean, I think the main thing is because of it's obviously very, very different from normal Master. The only card they share is the Mastemon herself. Like I don't even think most of us play like the promo one. I think it's just like 4 of the BT23 secret. And the main thing about it is because the Master trashes you down to 3, and the fact that you have the when attacking inheritable of the Cerberus X, you can just to unsuspend, you can just kill things so quickly. Like you can just kill players so quickly, and it's not even like it's not even like fun.
I'm about to say the biggest power this deck has is its speed.
Yeah, the speed is insane. Like, even Connor picked it up like 2 weeks before we went to Nationals, and he came, what, 6-3 with it? Like, that's very close to
something
coming
like that,
top
yeah.
16 himself.
I played that, yeah.
Like,
Wait,
the
wow.
deck has a very low floor to, like, entry. Like, the basics of it is just the basic Dark Animal combo. And, like, I feel like once you get a bearing of, like, when you can, like, get the full line out and when you can't, it's very hard to predict it from an opponent's standpoint. Like, both those games I played against Fenton, I was like, I feel safe for another turn. I feel really, really safe. It doesn't feel like he has what he needs to get to the full line and the full, like, kill me. And he just did. It has so much draw power, so much attack power, that it just finds what it like goes through its whole deck in a turn sometimes.
Yeah,
What are you
I
feeling then?
I think this definitely goes like meta defining.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm close to putting in elephants because it's so unpredictable.
I would never.
Like,
put
it's
it
so hard
anywhere.
to.
I think it's strong. I don't
so
think it's
hard
that strong.
No, it's not that strong.
Is there also like though? From what I
It is
feel
not
is,
like
yous are
Theodore, it's
talking
all
from.
reasons in mind.
Sorry, go ahead, Emma.
No, I'm just saying that I wouldn't think going into a big event, you wouldn't think of Dark Animal Mastery. It is niche enough. It's not a big elephant where everyone's running to get it.
Yeah, as I say as well, I was gonna back it up by saying I actually don't think it's meta defining. I think you'd be strong but fair, especially when you look at some of the new stuff coming out, because I don't think yous are looking at it through nostalgia glasses with the fact of nationals. Like, you've got way bigger, badder things that Dark Animal Mastery cannot deal with.
I
And
would put it
like,
there as well.
I
Strong
would
fair.
put it strong but fair. Like, it just feels like the better option on it with what is coming in AD01 and EX.
I think the unpredictableness of it, like, I'm telling you, you never know when your opponent's ready to go or not. There's no indication on board if you're gonna die next turn, because they do it from literally nothing.
Yeah, but you
I-
can say that about anything else on here, like TS. You don't know what you're gonna get.
You can say it about normal Mastery as well. Normal Mastery
Yeah.
can come out of nowhere as well. Like, I think it is
Well,
strong
that's
but
just
fair.
playing out cards, and there it goes.
To be fair,
Well,
I
no.
was in my own head. I was bouncing between meta defining and strong but fair. Like,
I think it's strong but fair. I don't think it's
I'll put it
strong.
strong but fair if that's what you guys think. I think it's a bit stronger than that. I
I think your nostalgia glasses on it. I'm not gonna lie, but we'll agree.
I know this is the one that out of the 3 Massey variants, I know this is the one majority of people rate highly as well. Like, on different tier lists I've seen on a lot of other people's videos talking about this deck, I know this is the one variation that people say is the strongest of the 3.
Yeah.
Like,
but
so I think it is.
Oh, I 100% agree. It's probably the strongest of the 3. But like again,
he says probably because as the rest of the Masty play, this is the only Masty build he hasn't played.
shut
Yeah.
up, you.
Yeah, working on it, Trevor.
Look, I don't have a Dark
I'll keep
Animal
it here.
package. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Look, I've
This might
got
be your regional
I've
deck
got a
if
Dark
you're
Animal
random.
package I can lend you.
Sounds like I'm going to be playing Dark Animal to test.
Yeah.
The only thing my Dark
Um,
Animal package is missing is 2 protoforms.
That's easy enough. He has those.
They're in bees.
They are in bees. No, I'll put it here for now. Like I say,
Mhm.
I think this is like, if this is where we put in Dark Animal Mastery, this is going to be the indication for the other 2 as well.
Yeah, it's good setup.
Oh,
But yeah, I'll concede. Strong but fair. It's definitely near the top of this. Like, it
Yeah.
is. It is edging into this for me.
Okay, so it's there.
So is that
Um,
Chaosmon next or Accel?
This is Chaosmon. This is Accel.
Winning isn't everything.
I must say, it's
No,
either
I-
winning isn't everything, or I feel like it's maybe pilot dependent.
Yeah, pilot.
Like-
I actually agree with you. I think it's.
If you're a
winning
casual
isn't everything.
player, yeah, winning isn't everything. But if
I-
you're actually focused on this deck and want to play competitively, yeah, 100% can do well if you're a good pilot.
I think-
actually think
I was
it's
about to say, because we
too
have seen this deck do well every now and then. Like, it randomly just shows a win, like, at once in a blue moon type thing. And so at that point, it kind of maybe indicates to me that it is maybe pilot dependent. The new Chaosmon, the promo with its DP
strong.
minus lingering
It's a
till the
very
end of
strong
the.
card.
Hmm?
It's a very strong card.
I was about to say, with just its DP minus alone, that lingers until your opponent's turn. And that's like 20,000 DP minus, I believe it can do.
Yeah.
Like, that is very strong, getting past, like, Digimon immunities of, say, like, Vortexdramon coming up, getting over that of Medusa, Magna. Like, it's got some strong stuff, and it can deal with some high contention decks. So I think there is a strong argument to be made that this is pilot dependent.
I think it's...
Sorry,
go ahead, Trevor.
No, you go first.
I was going to say, I think it's worth... Like, obviously, the Chaosmon is very strong. I think it's worth looking at the other tools that the deck has. It has access to quite a lot of D-Digivolve throughout it, with Bonchuleo and Dark Draeus. It has access to, obviously, Valdarm is still a very good card. It's not as good as it once was, but I think depending on, like, if we're seeing, like, a lot of TS that have, like, on-plays and things like that, it could be very good into them. To maybe stop, and Royal Knights as well, to stop just things coming out of people's hands and just hard slamming and ruining your day. And I think genuinely, like, that kind of combination of it really just depends on if you see the line or not. I think it's just
this was my point.
average, you know?
So it was, Adam. I was gonna say, like, yes, top end, absolutely amazing. It has 8 rookies.
I'm about to say the biggest thing it suffers from
Consistency
The bottom
is the
end.
problem.
is like
Yeah.
it's a level 7 DNA deck, and like every good thing about it is level 7. So it's like either you see it or you don't, and like I think that alone is in my own mind does not make it strong enough to go in strong but fair or anything better than that.
I think it's just like an average deck, you know? I think strong but fair kind of makes sense to me, but pilot dependent kind of fits as well. Like, I feel like... I don't know. I don't think
Personally, I
pilot
think
dependent
it's
fits.
a-
I feel like there's no
winning in
skill
pilot.
to this deck. I don't think there is any skill to this deck. I think it's like...
Pure luck.
I think it's just
the
if you...
deck's difficult. We all know, like, it's like not a great DNA deck. The pieces and the bottom end of it aren't amazing, and don't really help them with actually getting to the DNA part.
Yeah, as
So
you
I
say,
think if you're a good pilot, you know your ways around it. can
as
get
you
up
say,
and
there's like the bottom end of the deck's just missing. It's lackluster at the minute. I
Mhm.
think it could be better when it gets more stuff, but at the minute,
It's definitely like I the tools it has once it reaches like its boss monster has great tools to deal with the meta. The tools it has to get there aren't strong, and like you said, it's a strong pilot. It's gonna be the difference between this doing well in the meta and then just winning a locals.
I think it's pilot dependent.
I think it's somewhere between there and winning isn't everything. I just depends on.
I'd be more inclined to put in winning as in everything. Like, I think the cards are strong, but like, I don't think this is like a skill thing. I don't think there's like skill
know
to
what?
the deck.
Low end pilot dependent, sure.
Right. We'll put it in
Yeah,
there.
We're
Like,
officially like getting in between here.
I think once we start putting other decks in this tier, we'll see that this deck is just like
We'll gradually just see it getting lower and lower. Yeah.
yeah, it's just all power,
And it's
no
like
no
all
skill.
the way down here. By the end of it,
We'll
have
just
a
drop
die.
it.
Yeah.
Just by the end of the video, it's down to hoping for a buy.
By the end of the video, it's just off the tier list.
Yeah, we just cut it completely. We're like, Chaosmon, who's he?
What's a Chaosmon?
Creepy.
Next we have Creepymon. I think this is meta defining.
Yeah,
I actually think it is.
I could see
It
that.
is
Yeah.
in that tier.
Yeah,
Like, I don't think
it's
it's
solid.
it's meta
I don't
defining.
think it's the be all end all, but I think it is
I think it will
the
be
attack
gatekeeper.
power and potency of it, and the mill power of
I was
just
about to say
milling your
the
opponent to
mill power
pieces.
alone
Mhm.
definitely makes it meta defining / gatekeeper.
I think it's the fact that it can run an option without it being detrimental to their strategy is what puts
Yeah,
it
I
so
think
high
that's going to
up.
be very helpful against Vortex.
Yep. That is why it's so high up. I don't think the mill is very good. Like, I mean, I played against it in locals and lost what 6 of my 7 level 6s.
In like 2 mils or something, or like 1
It's
turn.
like in like a turn or 2 turns. I can't even remember what it was. I was just like, well, there goes my entire strategy.
Yeah, and like we watched the game against Hoodie, and it milled like
3 hoodies or something.
hoodies.
I milled like 2
Yeah.
hoodies and hit 1 insecurity, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like this deck alone is gonna make decks that don't normally run scramble start running just scrambles, like even in dual color decks, just in hopes they get it early enough. So it can't, like, if Creepy does go the mill route on them, it's like, well, I've got 1 more turn to kill you.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it's just going to frustrate people as well. Like, it's kind of the opposite of what Beelza used to be in BT12, where obviously Beelza mills itself. But with Creepy, it's milling both, but it's just like, mill is never a fun strategy to play against either.
Yeah, it is actually very hard to sort of keep yourself from being tilted sometimes when you're losing potentially a piece you need with every mill and then drawing that. Like, it can throw you completely off your game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very, very, like, hard to keep your mind in the game with it.
Also, because of how Creepy X works, like, its effect to Digivolve from trash, like, you need to unplay things from trash. Like, the amount of plays sometimes is just not possible to deal with unless you have, like, a Crimson Blaze or something. Like, because it can spit out, like, up to, like, 8k, 12k worth of bodies, so it's just playing out spamming the board with, like, 3s and 4s that just, like, mill you more as well. Like, if it's doing that, unless you've got, like, a Crimson Blaze or a board wipe sort of effect in your deck, it's, like, not easy to remove those bodies in time for you to survive. And it's like you have to keep an eye on what the Creepymon player has in trash as well. You've got to be very good at that.
We
But
just
yeah,
need to
no, I think it's very clearly meta defining.
We'll definitely see quite a bit of it, I feel.
We just bring back Paladin mode. Just bottom deck their trash. Don't need to worry about it.
Yeah,
Until they mill your Paladin mode.
I think that's true as well. This deck is cheap. This deck is really, really cheap. It doesn't need protoforms. Creepy X's and Creepymons from EX10 are sitting really low. I think the most expensive card in this deck currently, so some lists I've seen playing the promo Demi Devi, the TS one, which are like anywhere between 10 and 20 right now. So that's kind of expensive, but even then I've seen decks that don't play it. And then the other thing is like the tournament promo. They got the option card, the 9 cost. Apart from that, this deck is really, really cheap to build. So that's another good quality, I think. We could be saying this quite a lot.
On to the next deck.
Our first EX11 deck, Exmaquinamon, the secret rare.
Yeah, actually, heard about Exmaquinamon. I don't really. I heard it's really good. I don't know enough about it.
From what I've seen in the limited, I think it's strong but fair.
I'm gonna put this here for now. We can like talk about it a bit. What I think about this deck, like this is a deck I'm looking to build. What I think about this deck is that it has a really large amount of search power because the rookie can be played up to 50, and it's a search in itself. It's really easy to keep your bodies on board because the rookie also doubles as the protection for the deck. So it's very simple enough to climb up to your levels.
What I think a lot of the level 4s and 5s and stuff, like I've seen this deck in action, and like their entire strategy is essentially like you have your level 3, you digivolve up, and then from there you take from sources or hand, link another level 3. But then when the effects let you play out, Like, okay, you
Yeah.
can play out from hand or from link. So you just play out your link ones instead, like as another source.
Yeah.
And then like just
Like you
search
just
out
double
free
your
link and
bodies
stuff.
like consistently. And like the whole game plan of the deck as well means you can like, if you need to, you can like drop a 5 while you have a 6 on the board, and it'll be able to like end of turn digivolve that, and then you can use your tamer to end of turn DNA. I would say it's really hard to out the Exmaquinamon as well once you get into it, because when you get into it, it'll be immune to de-digivolve and source strip. It'll be immune to like you can DP reduce it, but you can't DP reduce it past 1000 DP, like is what the tamer inherit says, which is really cool. And like it'll link 3 of the Machinamons to it to protect itself, so you've got to remove it 4 times before it actually gets off the board, and it has to be like straight up pops or bounces, or like put to security.
It's strong but fair.
So, like-
it's not. It might end up being meta defining. I don't think it will be though, from my impression of the deck. And I will say it does just die to Vortex.
Yeah, I mean, the thinking is as well, people are worried about this because it can trash security for every link it has, and then it has sec +2. Or sorry, it has sec +1, so it can do 2 checks. The thing is, from my point of view, is from 5 security, that's still not a win. Like, you trash them to 2, and then you hit for 2, and then there's no rush in the deck. There's no... There's no.
Well,
if you're
to
already
be fair,
in
the
7,
trashing
it's
as
not
a
hard. There's no way of DNAing again to like get the last hit. Really.
To be fair,
like,
the
you've gotta wait a turn.
trashing is at end of opponent's turn.
Even then, you're trashing at the end of their turn. It comes to your turn, you hit for 2. Like unless you've got another body there or a body in raising or something.
No, so the DNA, the idea is that, like the level 6 DNA, lets you DNA and attack. So you DNA swing for 2 checks. Your opponent's turn comes in. If they don't deal with a single one of your links and they just leave that body alone, or you've put them in a position where they can't, they pass turn. At the end of their turn, you go, right, trash your last free security, unsuspend, swing for game.
I didn't think the DNA let it attack.
There is something in there that lets them attack it at the end of turn. It might be the Unchained Tamer or something. They were doing it in the showcase.
No, I mean, unless they were just attacking straight up or something. I'm pretty like I don't remember seeing that at all, because the Unchained just lets you DNA and then mind link them to the Exmaquina, and then Exmaquina is when digivolving is just linking 3. So unless they were just like regaining, like I don't think there should have been a way for it to attack at end of turn, but I could be wrong. There could be something I'm not seeing or realizing.
I'm just double checking my stuff.
Still keep it there. I checked the cards there, and there's still like there's nothing I'm seeing, but I'm happy enough to like be corrected.
You both agree it's trauma fair, no matter if it can or can't attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still like a case of there's a lot of things that people aren't realizing they can deal with. Like even if they remove it once or twice, it trashes security based on its links, and it removes the links to protect itself. So even if you don't kill it, as long as you're attempting to, like a couple of times, you're going to save yourself.
I've got it. It's the Belphemon, the level 6 green, inheritable. When this card gets linked, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon, then this Digimon may attack.
Ah, right. Okay.
So
yeah,
you end of turn DNA, trigger your level 7 to link, which then triggers your inheritable to attack.
Okay, that's fair enough. I would still say, like, again, just for the fact of even if you don't remove it, you're gonna remove the links, and it's then not going to trash you as much. So I think it's just still kind of survivable, more than people realize. But I think it's strong. I think it's a strong.
It's very strong. Their entire it's got a lot of removal. And honestly, the entire game plan to OTK with this deck per se, it's a 2-turn clock. Like best case scenario. Like they're not wiping you from 5 to 0 hit per game. They are literally like their game plan is 5 to 3. Hopefully you don't have anything to answer the level 7, get you to 0, then hit for game. So it is like there is a bit of momentum there, and like even one bit of interruption against them, like one sec bomb on their initial swing, or just having an option card or something to just like, I'm going to try and deal with your level 7 to force one link to fall off. At that point, all of a sudden, they're only trashing 2, leaving you with 1, which means they can't swing for game.
Yeah, absolutely. I have the same mind. Next deck is Rolling Knights.
Honestly,
I think this drops down a bit.
I was going to say, Adam, see, if you asked me this before Nationals, I would have probably agreed with you, but with the way they're playing at the minute, and the fact that a lot of decks are going into board-wide strategies, which they can gain like about 4 or 5 memory off, like, I actually think it's still holding its ground where it was.
The Sakon variant, like with the memory gain tamers and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's still kind of holding itself just at the low end of it, but I think it's still in the gatekeeping.
Yeah, this is the thing. I definitely think it like Royal Knights in a broad spectrum, it's a strong but fair deck, but because of the tools and stuff they get access to, they always have the way to adapt the deck that still works for them while fighting against the meta, which then makes it a meta-defining deck.
Yeah, I think it's meta-defining because it's always going to be there. It's always going to be at a big event, no matter what. People are always going to do well with it.
I think there's a lot of decks that we're going to be putting in the meta-defining tier that just
absolutely a very wide format, though.
Yeah, I think they'll rip Royal Knights to bits. And I think there's even a couple that we would put in Strong but Fair that would also kind of destroy Royal Knights. I don't think it's as bad of a beast as it used to be at all.
I mean, you say that. I mean, if we're going off AD01 cards, the new Gallantmon.
They'll also have a new Omnimon coming.
Like, they've got Rush on the new Gallant. Like, Omnimon X
Rush
still
on everything.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
to be fair, Adam has a point there. I mean, they do have Rush on everything.
Yeah, they do. This is what I'm trying to say, though. Like, with every new, like, strong Royal Knight piece, so, like, the new Gallantmon is clearly meant for Gallantmon. However, it's not going to take long for a Royal Knight player to go, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like...
On top of that, yes, they're also very flexible with the amount of Royal Knights doing different things. Like, it can sort of pull them to where they need to go.
I would say, I think with the X11, as to be fair, they do get more search power. They get the Cool Boy, which allows them to search a bit more, and it allows them like a second way of playing for reduced cost, which they can obviously combine with Drizzle if they want. So it's like an extra -2 to something they would play out, which is pretty good. I think it will still stay Gatekeeper, but I think it's going to be like, I feel like it's just going to get easier and easier to like deal with Royal Knights for a lot of people. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of choices of decks you can play if you hate Royal Knights. If you're just a Royal Knight here, there's like going to be like 10 decks where you can just pick up and just destroy Royal Knights.
Excellent, I might take them.
But yeah, no, we'll throw it in Gatekeeper.
I do think it is the way. But
yeah. But I am prepared to not see this like topping itself. Like it's purely on the merits of like it does keep.
I mean,
if it does swap, it's Connor.
I'm going to be honest. It's most likely. I think there's a good chance it won't top at the Bristol event we're going to, because AD01 is going to be so fresh, and Royal Knight is one of those decks that it adapts to the meta, and like so at the start of like metas and sets and stuff, Royal Knights doesn't do so well. Roughly about the mid range of the meta towards the back end, Royal Knight starts showing because they've adapted. They've figured out what way they can build a deck to still do their Royal Knight strategy while having the counters to what is the meta.
Yeah. Next we have Justimon. Good old Super Sentai himself. Good old Kamen Rider.
I want to say
Yeah.
winning isn't everything.
I was going to say hoping for the buy. I don't think it is even not winning isn't everything.
This is my plea. This is my plea, alright?
I've never seen the second one.
With the new line of machine support from the X11, it really widely supports like a lot of machine decks. But for Justimon in particular, that was the worst part of Justimon before this set. Was the bottom end was fucking trash for the most part. Like there was one or two cards that were like kind of good from 23, and then the rest, like again, just straight up garbage. But if you use an Espimon bottom end now, and you actually can get to Justimon a bit more consistently because of it, because you've got the Altea that can evo you for reduced cost. You're flipping your opponent's security and stuff. Like we'll talk about it a bit more like Invisimon's next. But with that being said, the actual Justimon cards themselves, like Justimons, are pretty good cards when you read them. They have immunities, they have sec pluses, they have trash security, trash option cards. They have quite a lot of tools that make them not bad.
So
You know
winning
what,
is everything.
Adam? You've convinced me winning isn't everything.
Okay, Trevor, okay.
We ended up back where we were.
I
Winning
was
isn't
making an
everything.
argument for pilot dependent, honestly.
To be fair, I was on hoping for the buy. You brought me up a tier.
I'm going to be honest. The only reason I put this in winning isn't everything is the best thing Justimon has going for it. It can get rid of options. And
It can
that's
get
not
rid of
enough.
options. I think that's insane.
You didn't
Yeah,
bring
it's
that up.
insane.
I did, I said
I
it.
agree.
He actually
Getting
just-
rid
he
of
did.
options is insane. It's not enough.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. 3 of the Justimon say become immune to Digimon effects as well.
And yet, it's done nothing.
It's done nothing because the bottom end has been trash. It's been garbage. And now it has it can steal the bottom end of
And
a
what
different
has it
deck.
been doing?
That's what I'm saying. It hasn't done it. This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It will be better now.
Okay.
I genuinely think like if you're a very good player, you could play this here and actually do well. I think this deck could top 64. That's what I'm saying. I think if you really, really cared about Justimon, like Justimon
1,
is your
2,
fucking
3, 4.
favorite.
Sorry, 4 decks. We'll see if that's the case.
We got Invisimon now. I think Invisimon is strong with fair with the new support. I think the whole lines are pretty solid.
But Rogue, I
I would say pilot's pendant.
I think the main thing
I
with
feel,
all
I
the
feel like I'm
novel
outvoting
abilities-
this because in my head, winning isn't everything.
No. It's so simple though. It is actually just dead simple. With all the new novel decks, they all got a very simple turn, like 2-turn combo, 3-turn combo. Turn 1, you set up your rookie in the back and an emblem. Turn 2, you evo to your level 4 the pleasure tamer. You evo to your level 5 for free with the emblem, and then you go into your 6 from there. When Invisi does this, okay? Invisi then, so you raise 4, play your tamer, emblem evo to your level 5 for free. You flipped 2 security cards there. You then swing on your 5, use your new tamer to evo into the new Invisi, and then the Invisi will gain sec +1. You'll do 2 checks on that first turn, or on that second turn. You'll put both the Invisi and the 5 into security.
Did you open doing busy anywhere?
What?
Or is it somewhere?
So the new level 5 at the end of your opponent's turn when you play it out will evolve into Invisi again. And the Invisi plays itself. So on turn 3 you will win. Because you will do you'll be able to just go through security, and it's part blue so you can have access to Omniacs. Like that's the main thing. Like it can just win in 3 turns. and it's not even like needing to see very many pieces to do that. And I think that is just strong but fair. Like I think it's so
I think it
average.
is still pilot dependent at that point, if I'm being
Yeah.
honest. I don't think it needs to find them pieces. It doesn't just immediately have access to them all. You know what I mean?
That's but every deck needs to find. Like I think this is just the most average fucking game plan. Like if I think
Yes, the
an
average game
average
plan
person
can win
could
you on
pick
turn
this up
two.
and do that, like, and just know the strat. Like that, it's a very simple strategy. It is not like complicated. You're not having to think about like effect timings very much. You're not having to like think about extravagant tech pieces or deck build. Like it's so straightforward. I don't think it's pilot dependent. I think it's average. I think it's a very fair deck.
And then it goes against the likes of, say, Starako, and they go, cool, I'm just going to trash specifically that Invisimon. Specifically that level 5.
Yeah, but that
You're
I'm not.
saying essentially it's tier 2.
Yeah,
No.
yeah,
It's
100%.
definitely
It's tier
rogue.
two.
It's the same with all the other novel novel ones. Like they're not strong, but if you have a good pilot on it, yes, they can do well.
No, 100%. There, like I said at the start, this is the tier that majority of decks will fit into.
I'm
Like,
gonna be honest. If we're going
this is
for
just an
majority vote
average
here, it is
experience.
pilot dependent because I'm saying winning isn't everything. You're saying strong but fair. These two are saying pilot dependent, and if we were to balance me and you out, that becomes pilot dependent.
But there's no skill. There's no skill to this.
Well, it's pilot dependent rogue, Adam.
Yeah, like
So
it's like
technically, it can-
Rogue
It
is
has
still
some good few matchups.
Rogue is still
doesn't
part of
have
that
skill.
tier.
It's not even about matchups. This is like there's so many decks we're going to talk about where the strategy of them is so simple. It is an average deck.
Yeah,
It's-
but like it's pilot dependent / rogue. Like it's a rogue deck.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
don't
it's
think it is
basically
rogue.
it makes me feel think in Yu-Gi-Oh terms it's Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon is always considered rogue because Cyber Dragon just does funky, stupid things and can win, and basically anybody can pick it up and play it.
But this deck isn't doing funky, stupid things. This
Okay.
deck is doing like
I
again.
think you're just getting too caught up in the actual like naming and the actual specifications you've put into tier 3 here. In all, it is a tier 3 deck.
No, Rogue is not tier 3. I said this at the very start. This isn't.
Then
this
it should be
isn't-
a separate thing.
This isn't like in between here and here. Pilot dependent Rogue is like a separate thing. Like, it's not. It's not saying that this deck, like these decks, are below these. It's saying that like you need to be skilled on them, and I don't think you need to be skilled on Invisi to do well with it. I think it's an average,
half
like
that says skill, the other half says rogue, which means it's a good deck potentially into the format, but not overall.
I don't think that's true either. I don't think it's good into the format. I think it's like
Okay. Well, by
purely
this thought process, winning isn't everything,
no.
personally.
I can't agree with.
Are you
we'll keep
seriously
it
going
here.
to try and argue that it stands on the same leg as like Dark Animal Master?
I mean, I would say in my brain, right, this is here, and I said that. But like to me, I'm not saying this is like up here. I'm saying like this is in the middle somewhere. Like this tier is going to get like 50 decks long, right? This is going to be the main bulk, and it's going to fit in there with most of them. If we start putting the majority of decks in pilot dependent, I'm going to be sad.
The
Because that
majority of
is
the decks
so-
aren't going to go there. I just don't think it sits on the same power level as like Mastemon and as Exmachina. And it's why I said winning isn't everything. That was my vote. I like
Yeah.
if it's not winning isn't everything, then I'm not. I agree it's not pilot dependent, but I do agree that it's maybe semi rogue. And in my eyes, they are two very different things. Like pilot dependent slash and rogue does not equal the other.
Okay. I'm not gonna die on the hill of Invisimon. We'll move on.
Well, no, we'll get to ghosts, and that's when you'll die on the hill.
I think we're not understanding that tier 2 decks are like genuinely the majority of decks in the game. Like that's like in my head, it is like not even 50, it is like 75% of decks are like strong but fair. Like and that's not like a bad thing, that's not a good thing. They're just like they're there.
It's fine. After this, you can share your own tier list.
Like I think we're gonna have a bigger spread than I was
expecting. The thing is, we can change it later as other decks get added.
Yeah.
Dark Dragons, Heavymetaldramon. I'm concerned on where you're thinking now. Where are we thinking for this?
I mean, Trevor, you've looked into the deck the most, do you say?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not actually sure where it goes coming into this format. I'm actually really struggling to like figure out if it's good, bad, in between.
I think it's good. I think it's strong but fair.
I think the problem it has is its nicheness. I do think it's definitely got strong but fair potential, though.
Honestly, from looking at it and from playing it and from watching other people playing it, like the amount of cards of support it has is more than most other Liberator decks at the moment because it had that Hudiemon line.
That's what I'm sitting here just thinking of like before the EX11 stuff.
With the EX11 stuff, it kind of fixes a few of the holes.
Yeah, right. And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm sitting here thinking pre-EX11 with this deck, and it's like. Pre-EX11, I would maybe say winning isn't everything rogue, but I do know the EX11 stuff helps, and it's just like
it always guarantees you basically a rookie, right? At the least, like
yeah, like it helps its nicheness work a bit better and stuff. Like I think it's a strong but fair.
Yeah, 100%.
Leaning to it as well. It's hard to judge just based off the new meta coming in though.
Right, well that's what we're doing. Like the thing is, the new EX11 line guarantees you to get to a 6 so easily. Like it's actually kind of not even funny. Like you have so many different combinations of lines to get up to your top end that all do different but also very, very good effects. Like that, and
I honestly think like the Megazoo and Chaos Golem might still have potential players in it, but yeah, I think it's strong but fair. I can't risk putting it above it. I think
100%. I don't think it goes above it. I think it has strong removal in it as well. Like it has very, very high strong removal. Very high DP buffs.
But then you look at the amount of stuff that has like fucking protection from removal at the minute. It's strong but fair. I can't argue on that higher if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I probably need to test that. We do have the proxies printed to test, but I haven't got around to it yet. When we test it though, that'll be the big defining feature. It might actually be better than what we're thinking. Might be worse. Who knows?
Okay, so we're on to Medusa, on to Starako.
Elephant.
I personally think it's sort of top of meta defining. I don't think it's elephant.
It's meta defining. I don't think it's an elephant. I don't think it has a.
I think it's a really good deck. Don't get me wrong, but I think it is meta defining. I don't think it's quite on the same level as Hudi and the one coming up after it.
The only thing this deck is lacking currently right now is the fact that it's a red deck, so therefore it suffers the curse of red. It bricks. The new EX11 Owen gives it draw power. which will fix the
I'm-
bricking. And
I'm not sure one tamer with a draw one effect on it will fix, like, if it bricks, but I don't know if the bricking is the real biggest issue. I feel like even though Starako is a very strong card, once you it has a very big weakness to Digivolve. Like, it has a very big weakness to
and
Digivolve in the deck.
that's the only weakness.
I wouldn't say it's the only weakness. Like, it also has a weakness as stun. If you stun it out and it just nothing can start the attack processing, then progress doesn't protect from that.
I mean,
So new Venus, Ice Snow stuff, there's a good few stun effects that can just stop the board from doing anything. That the player's going to need either more rush bodies, which is it kind of helps with the new Medusa having rush, but they're going to need to have those constantly every turn.
I feel like
against those effects.
I feel like if we were still in a single line format, which I don't think we're going into, I think if we were still in a single line format, 100% every day of the week, it's elephants. But because I think we're going into a much more board wide strategy with a lot of decks creeping up with the board ride, it becomes less potent and less powerful, and I think it just drops slightly below
counter
elephants.
argument, it's red, Crimson Blaze.
Okay, but then you're basically saying every red deck deserves to stand on the meta defining.
No, I'm not saying every red deck deserves to stand up there. I'm saying it's got the power, and your argument is, because we're going to a go wide format that hinders
But what
it. It's got access to the anti-go wide card.
When people try to remove it, their boards are already going to be wide because of the way the decks work. Because of the format we're going into, everyone's going to be playing decks that put out multiple bodies. So before they try to remove it, they don't care about Crimson Blaze. I mean, if they get Crimson Blaze, they get Crimson Blazed. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but I've lost games to Crimson Blaze, yes, but I don't think one option card is an argument to make it jump the elephants.
I would agree. I don't think it's an elephant. I think it doesn't do... I don't think it does the broken things that Vortexdra and Hoodie say printed on the card. If you look at Starako, and you look at Vortexdramon, and you look at Hudiemon, they're obviously the three best cards in each of those decks, right? They have the best text printed on them. There's not even, and if you just look at those three cards, Starako is the odd one in the room. It's the odd one out. It's strong, but it's not secret rare power level strong, you know?
No, but it's also one of the
reason.
it's a deck that we're seeing quite high popularity of, as it's one of the best decks to deal with Hoodie.
Oh, 100%. I think it's top of meta defining. I think
it's 100% meta defining.
It's not way down the board, but I don't think it's just quite at the bar level of elephants.
Yemi, be the decider.
Jigsaw? Meta defining.
Meta defining. I think genuinely it just doesn't have the broken text.
I will happily.
I would semi-argue the all turns to delete it, and then the ability to delete just any Digimon on the board is a semi-broken text.
Turns to delete is only if your security is removed from is deleting anything.
No. It's protection effect I'm on about for its entire board.
It deletes the lowest DP. It does not delete anything. It is the trash from your opponent's security. All turns deletes anything. Or something removed from your opponent's security.
Yeah. Well, what they'll do is if the Medusa player isn't an idiot, they'll leave a token there to be the lowest DP. But even then, if you just play out a rookie, most rookies are lower than the tokens, so you can stop them popping anything they want.
I do think if their protection effect was to delete anybody, yeah, 100% elephants. But
also in terms of speed, this deck has So one of the things we say about Liberators and stuff, it's one of the things that's stupid when you go for the Warp Digivolve. over your cost reduction. And it's like, oh, I can go from a level 3 to a level 5 for the cost of 2. Medusa can do that for the cost of 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That can be annoying, yeah.
It can be. It very much can be. I'm not saying the tools it has aren't very good. I just don't think they're busted. In Shiro's words, it really punishes people just autopiloting and like going their plays and not thinking about board state or anything and thinking they
Oh
can
yeah,
punch
I've
through
been
it.
there. I've
But,
been there
like,
against it.
It's not a deck where it's like it will just I don't think it can auto win. Like I think elephants auto win, and I don't think Medusa does that. I think there's a few different like mechanics in the game and quite a lot of decks that have those mechanics that can like make a Medusa player's day difficult.
See,
Something like Hoodie and Vortexdra are very hard to interact with.
I was about to say, if
Strategies
elephants are auto win, then Hoodie should not be an elephants because, like, say, against the likes of Starako, it's not an auto win.
Yeah, but that's 90% of the decks. It's another win.
Yeah. Like they're like Hoodie versus Dragon Lynx. Dragon Lynx has 100% fucking in my seeing of it has like a near 100% win rate against Hoodie. But it's Dragon Lynx. Okay? It's not like that suddenly makes it like any more it doesn't make Hoodie any worse, it doesn't make Dragon Lynx like any better. Like it's just kind of one of those niche matchups where a lower tier deck can really wipe the floor with like a tier 0 thing.
Personally, I think Medusa is one very good card away from being elephants, but I just don't think they have that card yet, and I think they're just not quite at it. Like
I think three out of 4 of us have said meta defining.
Yeah.
If it wins, if it's like a high percentage of like this Nats going on and like Worlds or something,
I'm not gonna lie.
To, like take that back and be like, cool. On its percentages alone, it puts it elephants. Because I think that's also where Hoodie gets it from. Like
I was
Hoodie
gonna
has
say as well,
the
like
percentage.
I don't mind being wrong about this placement. Like if it goes higher, you know what? Fair. I misjudged the actual level of that deck, but from playing against it and from what I know it's getting and stuff, I feel like it's just shy of elephants.
Now we move on to an actual elephant.
Nah, this deck's hoping for the buy.
Yeah, this deck's pilot dependence, all skill level.
No, Adam, just drop it back off that. It's not even on the board. There
But no, in all seriousness, yes, this deck's an elephant, but a bit of a weirdness.
Is pilot dependent. The Mer match is pilot dependent. We have talked about this.
The weirdness is, so, like, the deck's very strong. It's strong enough to definitely 100% be elephants. Not denying that. This is something I was saying to Trevor the other night, of the deck still has minor bits of pilot dependency to it from, like, just making sure you're doing the interactions correctly, because it is very easy. If you just go autopilot on this deck and you're just half asleep, you can mess up your positions of effects and stuff to like just knock yourself out the game essentially, like mistiming your Vortexdramon without protection and stuff. Like if you just go to sleep, the pilot dependency-ness goes up 100% more. I will feel in the mirror match. So there is still a little bit of pilocy dependent to it in every other match, but it's like just make sure you don't go to fucking sleep. But it's,
I think that's a bare minimum requirement. Crazy thought. I think you shouldn't be sleeping through a Digimon match. But
I mean, to be fair, on this deck you probably could, Adam. I mean, like
my thought really,
it's very. I feel like because of how strong the deck is, it would definitely be very, very easy to get comfortable and mess up.
Yeah, I think my main thought is, and this is just the only thing I can add is, if you're wanting to do well at a high level event, you're wanting to do well at a regionals, a nationals, this format, even when it comes to worlds for those players that make it there, if your deck can't in some way answer Vortexdramon, and there's not many answers to it, but if it doesn't have at least like something in there that just says like, it can go 50-50 with Vortexdra. I don't think it's a choice. Like, the rest of the deck, like when we talk about like Hoodie, a lot of the deck, aside from the Hoodie itself, is really annoying to deal with. The Shaku, the Ryuji, the Chitose, all of the Tamers really, the Kaiseki as well. The draw power, everything like that. When we're talking about Hoodie, it is the whole deck that's very, 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 very strong. When we're talking about Vortexdra, the rest of the deck is very good. Like, don't get me wrong, like it's still like just kind of solid. I feel like without the Vortexdra, it would probably be in like meta defining, or maybe even just strong with fair. Like it would be somewhere here. The
I think if you
Vortexdra
take out the
itself.
Adam, I think if you take out the Vortexdra and the Tamer drops to strong but fair, the Tamer allowing you to Vortex the player is fucking ridiculous.
That is ridiculous as well. That is ridiculous. I don't like that Tamer. But the thing is, I think if your deck does not have a way, even conceptually, of beating Vortexdra, then it is not a choice for, like, if you're wanting to do well at these events. If you're wanting like top 16 or something. Like if
I'm
it doesn't
still
have a
trying-
conceptual out to it.
I'm still
Go
trying to
fuck
figure that
yourself.
one out. I'm untitled me.
Yes, you are. And like I say, there is a few things to it. Like stunning is a big thing, so stopping it from suspending or unsuspending if you somehow get it suspended down. DP minus that lingers. I feel, judging on a lot of people's deck lists I've seen for this deck, if you're able to minus 15, you're fine. Because a lot of people like to build the line where all their inheritables are just nothing but memory gain. I feel like
That's
that's
the way I would have done it as well. That's the way I was advocating.
yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
that is a
honestly,
fool's errand. And literally, there was at one point where in a practice match against Trevor, he asked me, like, so how big are you on your turn? I'm like, 16, because I have 1 + 2k inheritable. And he's like, cool, my Alphamon Uryuku mode does not kill you.
Yeah. What were you saying, Amy?
I was just wondering if do you reckon people will start running like memory like floodgate rookies again? Floodgate? No, just rookies again.
I don't think so. They're too easy to be outed.
I mean,
especially Vortexdramon, because he
especially
gains if he wins the battle, he gains or he misses out on the gaining the memory, yeah, but he removes it, right? And so
I mean, and especially like, because don't forget, we've got memory gain 2 different ways. So we've got the win a battle memory gain, which the floodgate rookies would stop, but then we've also got delete in battle, which they would not stop because we would just battle you, delete you, gain the memory.
I think the other thing is they're not. I don't think they're mandatory. I don't think they have. Like, I could be wrong on the wording, and I'm happy to be wrong, but I don't think they like. I don't think it happens on the first battle they do. If I'm not wrong,
They
like,
won't win a battle ones.
Yeah.
I think they are mandatory.
But actually, no, they probably are. It would make sense if they are.
Yes,
Usually not.
they all the memory gain is mandatory.
Okay. Well, in that case, like I
There
could
could
see
be
it
an
for
argument.
decks
There
that like can spit out rookies, but I can't see it working as well as people might think.
I think that just removes the rookie before they get to the point where it matters for the memory is the issue.
Yeah.
Like they can spit out enough bodies that they really don't care too much about it. Like, yeah, like I mean, Lemmy, you've even said you've tried not to build yours go wide, and yet it just naturally goes to it. Like Vortexdramon just spits out bodies like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, like, and I say I've not built because there is a guy that's built his deck specifically to go wide, and like to the point where like he's been testing out like the old structure deck Grangils, and like his entire focus of his deck's just been go wide as possible. And
I think from here on out, we're going to be like comparing a lot of decks to see what they can do against Vortexdra, and I think that's like
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing we can say about it for now.
yeah, but no, it is a deck, like, even when you're trying to build it that way, like, I've been trying to focus mine purely on the idea of being a Vortexdramon tower with a little bit of go wideness, just purely to get a secondary
Still
body
go
on the
wide all
board.
the time.
And somehow ends up with 6 bodies, 7
Yeah,
bodies.
Like,
8
my entire
bodies.
goal is to get one secondary body on the field, be it via the Grangil or the Safaga, just so when I get to the Vortexdramon, I've got a body to suspend that's not himself. And
But I feel like
yeah.
naturally not being able to like remove Vortexdramon kind of hurts you as well, because like when you go into your next turn, you start committing other bodies to the board anyway.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of like shooting yourself in the foot a bit. Like unless you can remove Vortexdramon, like it runs over pretty much 90, I would say 95% of decks.
I think we can move on. I think we all know
Yep.
where we stand.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah,
say
it's basically
just
complete
one last thing
Adamax.
to
That
add
is
to the
what I would
silliness
call
of this deck. I just want to touch on. You can go from a level 3 to a level 7 for free memory in this deck.
I feel like a lot of decks can do that. But
Well,
the issue is the 7 you get to is bullshit.
you have a EX7 Terramon. You warp for the cost of 2. The Warp Grangale plays out a secondary body. You then go HBD on the secondary body to then Digivolve from the Grangale to the Vortex for 1. Cost of 3, rookie to 7.
Yep. It's pretty nonsense. Alright, moving on to the next one. We've got Sakuya. I think Sakuya is still meta defining.
It's meta defining. It's got a bunch of plugins which are options. They can maybe semi-deal with the Vortexdra.
No, they cannot.
Like, they could... I said semi, like, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but they maybe have, like, some things they can do.
I think
None
the
of them
blue
do.
one's stun.
The blue one is about the only one, but it doesn't matter because, like...
Well,
they
even
just-
the
That's the best
Mandala.
one.
Yeah, but when
That's
you
the one that I keep seeing played as a 4-of trap.
when you suspend to attack because you've used the blue plugin, yes, they can't block you, but you've suspended, so they just battle you, and they're always bigger.
I think you
Man.
just be smart and don't attack.
Even then, like, if you put, like, a bunch of Mandalas in security and stuff, like, realistically, right? So, say you trigger the Vortexdramon's effect once, like, if you've got 3 Mandalas, which, yes, I know is majority, like, 75% of your Mandalas, like, you're gonna stop them from killing you, because they're not gonna tackle through 3 Mandalas. They'll tackle through 2 and then stop. Like, you know
But
what I
More
mean?
than that, I think it's just very capable of getting a win before the Vortex even hits the board. I think it's super, super simple to get, like, turn 2, 3 kills with
I
Sakuya.
highly disagree on it. I think it being a single line deck that just cannot keep up with like the likes of Vortexdra, the likes of Medusa. I can't see it being in the same level as Medusa.
It has,
I
It-
actually
it has
think it's
barrier
beat
for Baal.
Medusa,
Pardon?
like Lara just beat you on it like last week. In the
Yeah, and I lost on the same deck against him. Literally.
Trevor, that was your first time playing it.
It was my first time playing Sakuya, but it was my first time playing it like against Medusa, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, like, Medusa has a lot of ways to remove your mandalas before they trigger. Like, fucking Vortexdra just does not care. It's going to be so big that the mandalas are not going to have enough DP reduction in them. Like, I just don't see it as meta defining. I think it is top of strong but fair. I think it's along the same lines as fucking Dark Animal Mass Day. I don't think it's higher.
Nah, I 100% disagree. I think this is a meta defining deck. I think the very, very simple fact that you can pick up 2 structure decks basically and get top 16 in a nationals, and then it's still doing well in this current format. And like, I think it's insane to say this isn't meta defining. I think it's so fast.
I will
It's so
pay
hard to deal with.
I will stand on that their insanity of not meta defining, because I do not think it can keep up, and I do think that yous are kind of like tinted eyes glasses on it again. But I'm happy enough to die on that hill. You guys can fit it wherever you need to, but I do 100% do not think it is meta defining anymore.
No, it's too fast not to be. It is so fast.
It's so fast.
blink and
Jimmy just said Vortexdramon could go from a fucking 3 to a 7 for 3 memory.
To be fair, Sakuya was doing the same thing.
Do that anywhere.
Yeah,
Sakuya
Sakuya could do the same thing.
I was about to say-
Sakuya can do that in its
Well, see, Trevor, you've literally complained at me when I played Sakuya before the new stuff, back before we had choice restrictions and all that, and you would leave me on one memory, and I'd be like, cool, Raise, look at my Renamon. Oh, it's suddenly a Valderarm. Or,
Yeah, but
suddenly it's a Ruin
now
mode.
It can't be. Like, literally, the way Sakuya works now, you cannot run the devolution. Well, you can run the devolution plugin, but it's not as good.
But you don't need it to be because you've got that built into your egg.
Yeah, the
Like, if
eggs,
you
the
play
Digivolution
the
plugin
deck
on
right,
eggs.
You can blink, be in your 6, doing two checks, then do another 2 checks, then rush out a token, then swing unsuspend, do another check, and then you've got Nayabut to hit for game.
Okay, but I don't disagree. It can do that. Dark Animal can do that. They can kill you basically as quick as that. Like, just saying, I don't think it's meta defining anymore. I think
No,
it's become a bit too slow, and like literally from what I've saw of how it plays into sort of some of the stuff that's going to be coming up in this meta, I think it's going to fall.
No, I think if you actually like know what you're doing on the deck, I think like it's not even like you need to know what you're doing. I think the cards on them play themselves. Like I think it's I think the deck is 100% still meta defining.
Again, I'm happy to be wrong, but I don't think it is anymore.
We're gonna put this here. I think
Well, I might
Again,
voted on
enjoy
it
it.
anyway, but I do disagree. Yeah, I don't think it is as strong as it used to be.
we move on to Jesmon. This is mainly a focus on the red, the just pure red Jesmon, not with like Turtle Ganku stuff in it. Although that can be some lists. I feel like that is the better way of playing it into certain things going forward because of the board immunity. But in terms of like pure red Jesmon, that's the popular version.
I would put this strong but fair. I'd put this right next to Dark Animal Mastery.
I think it's stepping down. Yeah, I think
Mhm.
it like last format definitely meta defining. I think we're gonna see a lot of people drop this to go to Medusa and Starako. And I think that's just a simple like that's the better red deck now, especially with the X11 stuff. But I think I don't think it's going to be standing toe to toe with it for very much longer.
Yeah, I know it's a deck a few people have spoke about like being on, like if it doesn't get touched on the list. I think there's a chance it gets touched on the list, and I think there's just as much chance it won't. But I think regardless, I think there are decks coming out that can do similar or worse things than what it was doing for its purpose. One we'll definitely get to later.
To me in my head, it's like, why would you play Jesmon after AX11? Like before AX11, I think Jesmon and Medusa were the same. But
If you're a red fan
like,
and you're a fan of Jesmon and you're a fan of the idea of like, well, I can drop my level 5 per game, the better question is, never mind AX11, why would you play this after AD01?
no, it's not even that. It's in my because it couldn't drop its it could drop its 5 for game, but it's like that wasn't the main thing for it. Like to me, it's like after X11, why would you play this instead of Medusa? Medusa does what this deck does, but better and with a stronger like.
I feel like the only way to play this deck after would be the Turtle Genki version, as you say. I feel like it just sets up so many blockers that are unaffected, and
But even that, like, I feel like Starako does better because like it's not unaffected, but like it has that like interaction removal with your opponent's stuff. Like I feel like Starako is actually exactly what like Jaskanku like wanted to be, but like without having to compromise on like having to run like 8 extra cards essentially.
For the
I mean, I
sake
think we
of
covered
not
it. I
thing,
think we
let's
all
go
agree
to the
on
next one.
Yeah, we can move on. So the next one we have is Examon.
Wrong with that.
I think strong but fair.
I actually think Rogue, but personally, yeah, I can see why you would put in Strong but Fair.
I think it's strong with fair. I don't think it's rogue. Like, you know what the deck does. Like, it's definitely middle of the pack. When it pops off, it's crazy, but it's a level 7 DNA deck that got a little bit better when 23 came out because we don't have to find level 6s.
Also, your like X antibody can get you quicker to your thing. Like, it doesn't require a lot of memory until you're ready to DNA.
Like,
I think it's exactly the same as Accel in my brain. Like, it doesn't really do anything until it gets to the 7.
Yeah,
Like,
I see. As I say, I can see it being both Strong but Fair or Rogue.
I mean, considering like via the green line itself, so you're green level 5, and if you're running it in fact not even the level 6 even, but the level 5 can like lock down a Digimon or Tamer from suspending or unsuspending. It's one or two. Then like the Examon himself, like power to +1 security, trashing security, getting rid of an option card and a Tamer or Digimon. Like, I'd put the, because the thing is as well, like,
okay.
the only reason I think this is better than Accel and is it's lower, the lower end of Examon is got a bit more strength and utility, and we do not need to find, there's 2 less pieces we need to find. We do not need to find the level 6s.
Okay. That's valid enough.
That's the only reason I would value this higher than as Accel.
I think we've got good old fair OG Mastemon. I think it's the same.
I think you're pilot dependent.
I would
You're
say
pilot dependent.
I would say as a whole, it is strong but fair. As a whole, a very good
I think a
pilot.
good pilot can do well with it, but I think a majority of people, even if they aren't great on, like if they aren't like perfect on the deck, will still do good with it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, as a whole, it's strong but fair. A great pilot on Tribal Masty would bump this up to meta defining.
I think on a high roll, it's meta defining. I think, like, it depends. Honestly, it all depends on the pilot. I hate to say it, but it is very pilot dependent.
I've seen bad pilots on this deck, Trevor, and they've still done insane things. Like, because the cards have written on them insane things. Like, and I know they were bad pilots. I could see them playing it. I could see that they were just doing the wrong actions. They were like, I've seen you play the deck. You play it amazingly. I've seen other people play it. They're not doing like crazy stuff with it. They're not being like as aggressive as they need to be with certain things. They're doing things kind of in the wrong order that's not getting them to the right boards. And they're still winning games after that because it's hard to answer it no matter what.
I think personally in the new format, like, I don't think, because Masty doesn't really have an answer to Vortex either, which is something we've really learned.
Yeah, I think it's really sucky against Vortex. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that is one thing that like I am still searching for an answer. Like, I'm trying Oryukin. I've got Ordinamon in the deck to like lower the fucking wideness of the board, but like realistically, like, you can't really do much against it. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it into Medusa. I haven't played that much up yet. I really want to. I think it's going to suck because you're entering your security immediately. But I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it. But I do think it very much depends on the pilot a lot more. But as you say, if you've seen bad players do well on it, that's fair.
Yeah,
I haven't.
I definitely think it's the type of thing where, like, I agree. Like, a pilot depends in the sense of, like, a good pilot will do fantastic on this deck, but if we're judging the deck as a whole, like, it is not strictly pilot dependent. It's not just it's like Adam said, you can put this deck in the hands of an idiot, and they'll eventually stumble upon a win, and that's just how it'll be.
Okay, I'm going to find an idiot. I'm going to hand them Mastemon. I'm going to see how they play it.
Time to go to the zoo to find a chimpanzee.
He's gonna hand me Mastemon tomorrow, isn't he?
I mean, technically you are an idiot, but
right. We'll keep Mastemon strong but fair. I don't think majority of people would like say that's incorrect. I think it can enter pilot dependent. I don't think it's super like relative on like. I think
I
you
feel
can't
it's
be a
going to
bad
struggle.
player, but you
still
don't
think
have to know it in and out.
yeah, I am going to think it's going to struggle in this new format a bit, and it's going to suck a wee bit on that part, but there's nothing you can do about it, right?
Okay. Next we have Poseidomon. We have good old Blue Atmon. I have a thought on this, but I want to see what other people say. I want to see what you guys say.
See, the tools it has, in my head, puts it strong but fair. But then it's Atmon, so therefore winning isn't everything.
To me, this is a rogue deck.
No,
to
fair.
me, it's exactly how you described it there. It has so many tools to it that kind of deal like it has the stun, it has the DP minus, it has battle protection, it has the floodgate to stop things. So, like, I'm gonna be honest, I think Poseidomon does kind of very funnily well into Vortex, but I think it struggles against like a lot of other. I think it's like a rogue deck. Like, I think it does well into a couple of the top ones, but I think the consistency kind of like makes it lacking. I think it has like a similar issue to Chaosmon. Yeah, Trevor, what do you think?
I'm still in the currentness of building it. I haven't actually played it yet.
I'm just gonna hand you.
Yeah, you need to hand me the rest of the cards I need to build it. I think is right in what you're saying. I think it has a lot of good tools behind it, and I think realistically, like something you didn't touch on, like that all the fucking Atmon decks technically have is they technically have a rush for game if they're playing the green option. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it could do well, but I think currently I agree with Lumi on it. Just the tools it has is the only thing standing it up, if you know what I mean.
I mean, out of all the Atmon decks, it's the best one.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Its flaw is it's an Atmon deck.
I mean, technically, I lost the original Atmon deck in Armor Vac, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing wrong with Armor.
Essentially, all Atmon decks are glorified DNA decks.
DNA.
Yeah.
At every level, yeah.
And that's the main issue as well. They're like the ears, like you have to have the specific names. It's not just.
To me, this is another rogue deck coming up from what I've heard people describe it as. Dark Masters. I've heard people talk about this deck of like it's pilot dependent. Like if you're against a very good Dark Masters player, they're gonna make you want to like end your days.
You know what?
Because it's really hard to play against them.
I will.
But I feel like, yeah,
I'll 100% agree in the pilot dependent because I played Connor's Dark Animal Master, Dark Animal. Sorry, fucking Dark Masters. I played Connor's Dark Masters, and I literally suck.
You sucked. You sucked so bad.
I sucked on Dark Masters. Not my style of deck, but yeah, 100%. I think it is pilot dependent.
Yeah, I've seen Connor on this deck, and he no-lifed this deck for a good while, and like, yeah.
Yeah, he does so well with this when he plays it.
Honestly, he shocked me. Like, I was not expecting
silly things. It can just survive. The survivability of the deck against others is crazy, and you wouldn't think it. I think the new promo helps a lot because it helps cheat out the level 6s even faster and for free. Like the tournament pack promo, Waru Monzaimon. Like it can just pop out a 6 like really easily.
I've seen people talking about the strategies of that. Yeah, like it seems very good with it. But yeah, again, definitely pilot dependent though.
Next we have Black War.
Well, let's go to our resident like War Grey player.
I've actually not played Blackwargreymon. I'm still missing Blackwargreymon races to actually have this build up and going. It is something I want to build, and I'm gonna be honest. If we're talking about the meta that is AD01, this deck screams strong but fair. I think in reality, once AD01 gets here, winning isn't everything, bud. Like, it's not even rogue. I think there's just so much stuff that it can't deal with.
I see. My personal thought is like looking at our tier list right now. It deals with a lot, but it definitely doesn't deal with that Vortexdramon.
That's my thought.
probably-
I think this absolutely kills itself to Vortexdramon. I think it's just dead.
Like you say, the Blackwar race on paper, you read that, this deck is strong but fair. You look at, look what else is around it in the same room, it's just like, nah, but...
I think the only thing that could make this stand slightly higher than winning isn't everything is Hades Force. Just for tamer removal,
yeah.
but I don't think it's enough. I think it's like, it's just not there. It's not enough there.
Yeah, I don't think this deck's doing well in any regionals. This is it has the chance to win locals. Winning isn't everything.
Okay. Next is Belphemon.
Well, let's go to our resident Belphemon player.
I knew you would say that. I think she's went to the bathroom.
Honestly, I personally don't know enough about the new stuff. I haven't played it enough. It really depends.
I think strong but fair, maybe rogue. I'm with those two mindsets right now.
I would say pilot dependent or rogue myself. If I had to answer on, I think Amy would say winning isn't everything. Honestly, at this point,
I feel like Amy would say winning isn't everything or hoping for the black.
I honestly think, personally, pilot dependent could be there. I think it's because of the options alone that puts it there.
The options would help a lot against Vortex.
Yeah.
But
I feel like it hard loses though still the Vortexdramon because like yes you get to your sleep mode but Vortexdramon just goes and battle you.
She's back. We'll ask her. Amy, Belphemon, what tier? Oh, she's actually surprised me.
She's agreed with us. So.
Yeah, we were all saying pilot dependent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
I thought you would say winning isn't everything from what you've been talking about when you play it.
Oh yeah,
I mean-
I know. It sucks what it does, but I can admit, whenever it does well, it's fully pilot dependent, and when it does do really well, it does really well.
it's like Masty in that regard.
But I don't think it's as I don't think the cards in Belphemon are at the same level as Masty, where it's like where like they play themselves. Masty sometimes plays itself, I think.
At this point in the video, I know we're like an hour and a half in. We should probably point out, if it's not obvious by now, we're not trying to like really tier the lists themselves. Like outside of like elephant and stuff, we're not trying to like tier the individual sections. We're not.
We might do that for meta.
we do it for a couple of them.
But
We're doing it for a
anything
few, but we're not
below
trying to do
is
it overall. So like, we're not trying to say like, oh, Accel is the top and the best pilot dependent / rogue deck. Like, just an example.
Looking at that, like you'd be definitely putting like Dark Masters higher up than it. You'd be putting.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out for the viewers and stuff. Like, we're not trying to like go into the micro exchanges of all of it and stuff.
Right. What's next? Rocks.
Yeah.
The deck
Guys,
as a
I can't
whole.
win with this deck.
The deck as a whole, meta defining. The egg is an elephant.
The egg needs
The
to
egg is what they
go.
love it.
I'm saying that. The egg genuinely, like, I played this, me and Amy were playing last night, and I literally went, honestly, the amount of memory gain this deck has is starting to make turns feel very, very, very boring for the player.
Well, I
Because
mean,
it's like,
my
you have
strategy.
so much memory, and you're just doing it, and you don't even have to really, like, it's just a lot.
My
It's a
strategy
lot
for
to do.
beating it at nationals was just not see it.
This deck is genuinely, it can deal with Medusa. I feel like
it, it can deal with anything,
but I feel like
evolve.
I feel like if a Vortex player is just stupid, it can lose to it. I don't know. It's a very, very tough deck to imagine losing with. Like, it has to be certain circumstances, and most of it comes down to bricking.
You should be used to losing with it.
The thing with it is, like, the new rookie, super good. The new tamer, super good. Honestly, the Pyramidi people are really, really talking high of. It's better than I thought it was. I've played with it now. It feels a bit better if you don't have Magneticdramon in hand and you need to, like, land on a Pyramidi. Then yes, it's better. But in terms of even, like, from the Discords and stuff and from people talking about it, the EX10 Pyramidi is still the better one for, like, getting to your Magneticdramon quickly, because you can more easily tuck and trash sources that you want and don't want. Everything about the new EX11 one is very mandatory. You have to trash 3. If you can't trash 3, you can't do the effect. There's things to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like it's very gatekeepery at the minute. I mean, yes, it can go toe to toe with some of the big boys of the format, but like,
I think it goes toe to toe with all of them, Trevor. Like, it's disgusting what the deck can do. It really
it's all because of the egg, though, and we're aware of that. Like, the egg is what makes it, like, ridiculous, because you have infinite memory, basically. Like,
honestly, with the new stuff, with the new teamer especially, it feels like you have infinite memory times 2. Because the new stuff, like the EX11 tamer, along with the EX10 tamer that we got with the Magneticdramon support, those two tamers combined just feel like they do what the egg does as well. So, like, the EX11 tamer is literally just start of main. You can trash a source from your Digimon's line, or a card in your hand with the trait to gain a memory. The EX10 tamer says when you trash sources from your line, you can tap her to gain a memory. So, like, there's, like, 3 distinct memory gains in the deck now, not even counting, like, the cost reductions or the fact, like, the egg's the worst of them because you can recycle.
I was going to say the egg isn't once per turn and the other 2 are. That's what makes it really.
The other 2 are, but it's like you get at a certain point, if you do that all at the start of your turn, then it doesn't matter about the egg being, like, the fact you can recycle it or not. There's been times where I'm just doing the egg because I'm used to doing the egg, where really I could be probably doing draws or, like, pops or D-Digivolves and not having to need to worry about memory.
It's fine. The ban list's going to deal with it. We can move on.
I think Tumble's going to 0, honestly. I think it actually is.
Yeah, no,
I didn't think that before playing with the EX11 stuff, but Tumble's going to 0.
I 100% agree with you. If they put it to 1, I don't think it's enough.
Beelzemon, I think is pilot dependent.
See, this is why it struggles from the same weakness I feel that Sakuya is going to struggle with in the new meta, where it relies so heavily on an ace.
I disagree, and I think Lumi will back me up on this. The playstyle of Beelze now, you're just, like, spitting out loads of rookies that, yes, can be aced over, but for the most part, it's just, like, a case of, like, they're just gonna rush you down, like, with loads of bodies.
I'm not gonna lie, when I played against it, like, because I actually played against the nationals,
So did I.
realistically, I think the worst thing that they kept doing to me was going into the ace. The ace was just giving me so much memory to do what I wanted, and like even without the if they didn't ace, I was winning anyway. But them going into the ace kind of threw it back a bit.
It is definitely a deck, I will point out. So this is one of the key examples when I say like there's still a bit of small pilot dependency to Vortex, and Beelzer is a key example of this, where if the Vortex player miss sequences against them, they will just die and lose. So if prime example, like so they've built a line that has the until the end of opponent's turn, if I die, I get to play out a Beelzemon type thing. And the Vortex player, they can be forced into this situation, like if you just leave them with Nova bodies and they've got nothing raising. But if they're forced in a situation where they're forced to go, right, I'm going to swing with the Vortex, and then I'm going to trigger the all turns to unsuspend. And at this point, they decide to, I'm going to, because I can mindset, I'm going to battle your stack. That before triggering when attacking to get immunity. At this point, the Beelzer player goes, cool, I die, play Beelzemon, on play, de-digivolve.
Even more than that, and I think this is going to be the main argument. 4 Death Slingers, 2 Rivals Barrage, mostly like in minimum like levels for most Beelzer deck lists.
I mean, yeah,
even if the Vortex player plays like perfectly, they hit security, they still could potentially die to a Death Slinger because
it's high SPP, isn't it?
Death Slinger deletes on level based on like the amount of trash. So like if the Beelzemon player has been playing correctly and doing what they want to do, then they can easily pop a 7 by like really early on in the game.
Yeah, again,
if they hit a Rivals Barrage, it's like highest DP, I think.
Yeah, like as a whole, any deck that can sort of play options in their main strategy are good. Like it kind of is very good in this meta.
Honestly,
Digivolve alone's good against Medusa. I would actually argue that Beelzer should be bumped up one. I think it is strong but fair.
In my mind, what keeps it here is don't mill yourself out.
Oh well, okay, yeah.
Don't kill yourself.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like it. I could see the argument for strong but fair. Like I semi-agree with Trev, but like there's like after playing against the player in Nats, and compared to what we've seen here at home, there was a clear night and day difference.
Oh, 100% there was, like, yeah. I was going to say, actually, thinking about it, yeah, 100%, like, pilot dependency doesn't necessarily mean it's worse than strong but fair. It just means the pilot dependent has to be good, right?
Just don't be an idiot. And, like, yeah, I honestly think that Beelzemon has the same strength as, like, a lot of the decks up here. The main downfall is if you're just, like, not paying attention to how low your deck's getting. If you're not on it, like I feel like this is a deck that requires like not a lot, but a considerable like amount of brain power.
Just to like help us here a little bit, by the way, because it's very similar arguments of player stuff. The next deck on the list, I think, is also pilot dependent for very similar reasons.
Oh, this is pilot dependent for a whole other reason. I feel.
Yeah, it comes down to what we're saying. The argument for Beelzer is just don't be an idiot, don't mill yourself out. It's same for this, right? It's like don't be an idiot, keep an eye on like where everything is in the loop and stuff, and you just don't lose it.
And don't be an idiot and run out of time in the middle of a round, right, Alan?
Yeah, like the thing is, a lot of people are like kind of realizing they don't need to do the loop to win games. Like you don't need to do the full loop. Like you can just do like turn after turn, like cycle bodies and still win matches, and it's still good. The loop is obviously the red herring of the deck. Like well, not red herring. It is like the quote unquote elephant of itself. It's like if you get it, you do just kind of win sometimes. If you're not an idiot.
I mean, you have lost while doing the loop.
But like that was me being an idiot.
Yeah. Because you did the loop and then you went against it, or you did something against me, and I was like, cool, I guess I'll ace and fucking win the game from there.
I didn't realize you had an ace, to be fair. I thought that was not in your deck anymore at the time. But yeah, no, like Myodismon is very pilot dependent. I think it's I think a lot of purple does fall in here, where it's like
I feel
you
it's
gotta
pilot
keep an
dependent.
eye on your shit.
I do think it's pilot dependent. I also think though there's something really strange about it, where I think it's also pilot dependent for your opponent as well a bit. It depends how your opponent plays into it a lot of the time, because their
Ah.
setup's quite important to your strategy. But
No, I wouldn't agree with that, really. I don't think that's true.
I don't know. I think like a good setup in a certain way, like where you can get a couple of bodies that can't be deleted, a few that are unaffected, stuff like that. Like you could put yourself in a game-winning position where they can't do much against it. But that's just personal.
That's more of a counter to it. Like that's very
Yeah.
annoying to deal with. That's not
You
helping.
can't like talk about a deck and then talk about like what its opponents are doing.
Well, I mean, I just feel like in that
Feels
specific
biased
case,
against it.
I genuinely think, like, if we're talking about the easiest thing you can play into Myotis to help Myotis win, it's Creepymon. Like, like that's the thing. Like, if you want to like help your opponent, mill them. Like, if they're playing
Well,
Myotis.
I mean,
But like, you
Creepymon's
can't-
pretty high
you
on our
can't
list, and
say-
they have to mill you to avoid the
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you can't talk about like decks can help it by playing into like that's not truth.
I mean, if you really want to do that type of argument here, Trev, it's like, well, see all these decks that do run an ace of some kind? Well, they can all be elephants if your opponent's just idiots and swings every time you've got an ace.
Exactly. Then
I'm not just
Davis-
saying that. I'm just saying I was more saying the fact that its level of pilot dependency is also dependent on like how well it does depends on your opponent as well. It's not just
I
like the
vehemently
person behind the
disagree.
deck. Well,
Nah,
that's fine, but it is what it is. It's still pilot dependent. I do 100% agree with everything else you say on it.
I think the next deck is pilot dependent too.
I
And
can't
I
even
think
make it out.
oh yeah, well, it is
It's bad.
it's crazy art, but it's Bagra.
It's yeah, okay,
Bagra is
yeah,
one of
I'll
those
give you that
decks
one.
where it's like it's very good at controlling your opponent and what they're allowed to do and what they're allowed not to do. With making them attack at start of mains, being able to trash sources to like turn steal, gain memory, being able to like trash their security on like both turns, tuck Digimon, do things when they
Honestly, I can see,
digivolve,
like,
attack,
any
everything.
cross art type deck is pilot dependent because you're just constantly raising the same sources over and over again and need to know when exactly what you're doing what with.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of tools that Bagra has where they can just kind of mess with the opponent is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, when Bagra gets a board, it is tough to do anything.
It's like, okay, I digivolve, this happens. I attack, this happens. I play something, this happens. Oh, at the end of the turn, this guy will kill one of my guys. Cool. Like, oh, and that's my effect. Gotcha. Cool. So what can I do? Nothing. Wait. There was genuinely a board I played against Bagra where they literally like had it set up where if I took any action in the game, I would lose turn and then proceed to lose the game. Like that's the kind of boards the Bagra can set up. And I think that just screams pilot dependency.
Yeah, I agree. I've had the kind of luck of most of the decks I've played into it. Don't really care what it's doing, but yeah, I agree. Pilot dependent, like with
100%. I mean, it's a control deck, and
yeah,
a control deck is only, in my personal opinion, and feel free to fucking slam me in the comments for this. Any form of control deck that is control to as like true and through, the better the pilot, the better the deck's gonna be.
Yeah.
but Lumi, Hoodie's a control deck.
It can be, but it's got some brain dead controlness.
Next, Lucemon. Winning isn't everything, guys. It's sometimes you just wanna make your opponent choose stuff.
But
Is it still
But-
that way with the new tamer?
I mean, it makes the deck slightly faster and like a tiny bit more memory efficient.
So what
But,
you're saying
like,
is hoping for
It's
the
one
back.
new card that doesn't do anything new for the deck.
Okay, I mean, I'm going to trust you on this.
I don't know enough about Lucemon myself to
I
put it
mean,
anywhere, but
I was thinking maybe
definitely
winning
not
isn't
possible.
everything. I was almost half expecting an argument from you to be rogue.
No, I think if you're just, I think this is the only deck where Trevor's argument of like
If your
you
opponent's
you
like,
can
not
play,
an idiot.
yeah, you can play into Lucemon and make them win. Like that's the only because you just
You
don't
just make
make
your opponent. You just make loose one.
The way he
and
slapped
then
me for
just do
that.
all your damage.
yeah
No one go.
don't make bad choices.
I'm going to be honest.
Like don't
As
turn your
long
listening ears off, guys.
as long as BT23 Masty exists in any form of the meta, this deck will always be bad.
Not only that, you've got other things that are just trashing security relays. Fuck Medusa, Creepy, just things that are doing like loads of damage. Myrismon,
most of the ones that will
what's
trash you basically don't care if you recover, and
yeah,
it doesn't
bloody
play in.
Galacticmon as well is even worse than
It doesn't play any
Jupitermon.
astrology.
You know,
It basically turns around and says, "Nah, you can have your recover because I'm just gonna get rid of it later turn."
all Lucemon is kind of annoying. Like the best advice is don't stop listening to your opponent. Actually, like listen to what they're telling you the stuff does, and you'll win. Like Lucemon tells your opponent how to win against you. It's stupid. It's fun, but it's stupid.
Essentially, what we're saying
used
is don't have ADHD when you go against Lucemon.
Honestly, Lumi, the best way I can win, but we're not putting in that, is having the back.
I mean,
No, I
don't
agree
think
with
this is a deck that hopes for the buy. I think there is some decks like they're
I'm not gonna
closer
lie,
to the
Adam.
end.
I don't know enough about the deck. I'm trusting your judgment on it, but
The next deck is Olympus Megazoo, TS Megazoo.
I don't
strong
know.
but fair.
Well, me and Amy have been testing this out recently, and I think Trevor's got it on the money. Strong but fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel like
I think
the Homeros just kind of puts it to a new level, right?
like
Yeah. Also,
the best teamer is actually what we found was the Dan and Yuki, or sorry, the Dan and Cannon.
yeah, Dan and Cannon.
See, I feel like
they're
that's
what carry the deck.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
see them in the game. Oof, it's rough.
Yeah,
I
like
was
because they
gonna say
let you play out your Olympuses like so much easier, and like once you get like one or two out, you can like because you can cycle the security option cards to like get multiple Olympuses at the end of your opponent's turn, and then you're just doing effects that just fuck your opponent's board, and your opponent has to answer them.
I was gonna say a lot of things like say CS, like the likes of Hoodie, fucking anything that can basically now turn around and go play option cards for basically nothing that potentially can remove stuff. I feel have very good like. I feel like most of them should be either strong but fair or rogue. I don't think you can put them under that, if you know what I mean. It's just one of them things.
I'm also
100%.
real quick. I'm also gonna make a slight market call right now. I spoke about this in private with people here.
Homer's is gonna soar.
The dual tamer, the Dan and Cannon, however you say the name, the two Yukis. The protect. Get your alt arts for these now if you want them blinged out, because yeah, when BT26 gets here and Olympus get dual cards, oh boy.
Yeah, because technically you're using an option for them
to then digivolve.
Yeah, even the regular.
Yeah, like I feel like it is going to be very much dependent on the amount of memory you want to leave your opponent on. But yeah, we have talked about it.
Yeah,
But like,
It's like,
even
but like I say,
even
market call,
casually,
get your
people are
alt arts
leaving
for
them
those
playing
tamers
anyway.
now.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but
I
like
do think
Strong but
Strong but
Fair
Fair.
is accurate.
And I've never played the deck or played against the deck. That's just from knowing sort of certain bits of it.
What the cards do kind of gives you an inference. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
I
play out
feel like
really
it's about here.
strong level sixes, use options for free, get wide boards that are hard to deal with. Yeah, no, you're gonna
Yeah.
reuse really strong when Digimon effects. It tells you itself. You know, that sounds strong to me. We've got puppets next. I think it's Strong but Fair.
Strong but Fair again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
strong but fair.
It's really
I feel-
weird when I'm seeing people discuss EX11 on different platforms like Reddit and Discord and stuff. Whenever people are saying like what's the like really big winners from the Liberators, I always see Puppet's name be said, but like I don't think they get as strong as stuff as like even a lot of the novel ones. So
Yeah.
it's a bit weird to me.
Puppets were already in a very strong position, I feel. So, like, this is why they may be talking about it, because, like, Puppets already kind of felt strong from, like, their last wave of support, right? When they got, like, Nambootmon. But, like, the idea of, like, oh, they've just got even more support. And, like, for example, like, the memory set they got just a straight power creep at the structure deck, no different than Shoto. And so that's, I can see why they're maybe, like, just at face value, it's just like, well, it was already really strong. Of course it's going to be a winner. You make a strong deck stronger.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
It's why sometimes I feel like Sakuya should be in that tier, but like personally, I don't care where you put it. But like, yeah, puppets they have super amount of DP reduction, which is very good.
Real
into the
quick,
current meta.
just because I decided real quick as when we were talking about the TS Megazoo deck, I quickly went to Digimon Meta just to look at a few deck lists and stuff to get an idea. And there's just one deck list I've got to point out that's kind of crazy ideaness. So obviously the Dual Tamer lets you attack it end of turn and stuff. This one deck is running the 4 Great Sovereign BT9 by Hudiemon, the lion.
Oh yeah.
Because it's got when Digivolving suspend up 2 of your opponent's Digimon Tamers, then for each of your opponent's unsuspended Digimon Tamers gain a memory. End of your turn, for every 2 of your opponent's unsuspended Digimon Tamers, trash their top security card. So you trash their entire security and then go end of turn swing.
That Bahelmon was always good though.
That's kind of funny.
The only
I don't know if
downside
that's going to
is
be the best way to play the deck because it's so like unsearchable.
it's like a
But that's
5
kinda funny.
Digivolve into as well, isn't it? It's like it's not.
Yeah,
cheap from what
it
I
costs
remember.
5.
Yeah,
Just really wanted to point out that as a real funny thing. I've just noticed some people are playing in the deck.
But yeah,
I
like
think I've heard about that as well.
I do feel like though going back to puppets, I feel like puppets is very strong, especially at dealing with things because of the DP reduction. I don't correct me if I'm wrong. Is puppets DP reduction into the next turn?
I think some of it is. I think
I think it's a mixed match.
It is a
Okay.
mixed match.
Then
Some of
case
it they do on the opponent's turn. I know that. Like they have a good few effects that do it on it.
I feel like there's a lot of different ways to play this deck, and fucking you can sort of make arguments for it being higher or lower.
Shiro plays this deck, and Shiro has said that it kind of becomes like a slop deck of like you play like a good mix of like just the best because it has 2 lines essentially from Liberator. So like it has like a wider card pool than almost every other Liberator deck, simply on that basis.
Yeah, I'm okay with.
I think that kind of puts it up. Yeah, if we're happy to move on, the next deck is Titans.
Strong but fair.
I actually do agree. Like from playing against Titans, like
it's just a solid deck.
Yeah,
it's solid.
It's a very solid deck. It's got the typical purple weakness of get rid of its trash, it dies.
On top of that, though, I feel like one thing that's very good about it is it can just come out of nowhere as well. Like, just all of a sudden they're in a level 7. You're like, where the fuck did this come from?
I think the fact that the level 7 has both rush and execute to allow it to attack
and
at the end of the turn, like it can just rush for game with its 7, which is kind of crazy.
Assembly is good for the 7 as well, because it means you basically are always guaranteed to play it, right?
Kind of. It's kind of an issue because there's only one good piece of each. So it's essentially you're looking to get 2 cards into the trash every game, and it's not always the easiest ask. Like that's the biggest thing with the deck. If it gets another Titamon, and like even another Skullbluchi would help as well. Like it'll get better, but the assembly, it's good for the cost reduction. It's hard to find the pieces in trash sometimes. It's difficult to get there.
I was going to say, technically it does have other Titanmons, but they don't really play into the Titan archetype, right?
No, you can use them. Like there's a Titan OTK strategy, which that's the one I was playing. Where you just focus on the BT6. Or sorry, no, you can use the BT6 Titanmon as a substitute for the promo because it does the same thing of like it basically the 1-to-1 is like the alliance versus the gain a security attack. So like you're still doing 3 checks and then doing another 2 and then going from there. But like the BT6 one isn't bad. It's still just as searchable because everything searches like shaman as well as and demon as well as like Titan trait stuff.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice. But the major issue is like you like can't there's some niche things in the deck that don't interact with it, but they are like niche.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just kind of a valid deck. It does what it does.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have been looking into it myself. I still have pieces to get for it, but it's like mine isn't overly. I have a couple of weird ideas I wanted to test. So fair.
Just want to quickly point out, by the way, real quick, we are 2 hours in.
Yep, that seems about right.
Yeah, well, moving on quickly then. Well,
I mean,
to be fair, we've gotten.
I feel like this. I feel like this is gonna be a 2-part video. I feel like maybe just gonna have to cut it somewhere and just split it into 2.
Okay, if it's a cut thing, I think now would be the cut.
Oh no, it's going to be all one video. Just it's not going to get cut into 2 parts. If anything, it might. As something I suggested, depending on how people feel, it might end up turning into a multi-recording.
No, we'll get through it in the next.
I think we'll get through it in the one video. I think you might have to split it just the kind of time.
You can see how it is in editing. You can see how it is.
Yeah, we'll work it out from there. We'll continue for now.
The next deck is Milleniumon. This is a deck I have. This is a deck that Lucas, one of our local players, is looking into for his Bristol choice. I saw it recently on stream in Japan finals. Like this is a deck that's been doing well since BT24 with the new promo, Trevor. I feel like every time
I've played it, it's never done very much. But
the new promo does a lot for the deck. Like kind of actually much more. The main issue with the deck is the same thing that like Accel faces. Like its bottom end is trash.
It's pilot dependent.
You know what? It's pilot dependent, like fully. Like
Yeah.
You know what I've seen in lists recently now? They're playing 4 level 4s. The deck is literally just play your draw trash options and set up like a small body to pop to use them. And then just cycle Millennias over and over again. It's basically like hard slam level 7s over and over again. And it's kind of silly. But like for the most part, like the deck requires like a smartness to it. Like you gotta be not stupid. But like it's not an easy deck to play, I think.
So pilot.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Next one.
We'll cover that. Before you move on, I'm just running downstairs quickly. I'll be right back.
Recording unpaused.
Okay, so moving on to the next deck, we've got Digipolice. They just got the new line in BT24. I think it does nothing.
I'm about to say the only person that I think can give us an opinion to say otherwise is not here.
I just think this deck is like It's like here.
Yeah.
I've seen it do nothing. I've seen no one do anything with it. I think the cards are they're okay. Okay. I think the deck's bad. Like I've seen people say the new Oriumon is like stupid broken with the all turns de-digivolve and things like that when something becomes suspended. And like on paper that's a good effect. I don't think it does anything in practice. I think it's so easy to like play around that. Like even a bad player could do it. Like
I agree, it's a good effect. The downside is when the Digimon that you really want to do that against is something like, say, Vortexdramon, where he goes, well, I'm turn player when attacking.
yeah, like it's so Oriumon, this is I think I'm gonna bring up rarities a lot. Oriumon is a rare for a reason. It's not SR power level here. A simple, kind of okay effect, but the engine of Digipolice or D-Brigade, like it's very complicated, like overly complicated. It's very like a lot of effects that end up to your board dying. Like you're just working towards your board being completely ripped apart by even a semi-competent deck.
Realistically, we're saying the deck just doesn't have enough to deal with everybody else's decks.
Yeah, it just needs a new. It needs a better line than what it's gotten recently, and I don't think the strategy is there anymore for it. But like I don't think there's anything more to say. We'll move on to Diabora.
It's been putting up some pretty good wins. I mean,
It honestly has. Like, it's strong but fair, but it has been putting out some results to the point where a lot of people are actually saying, like, results are showing this as well. Into the current format, it is very good, very strong.
I think when Vortexdra comes out, though, it loses a bit of that.
It loses a little bit. I think the biggest advantage it may get to help against Vortexdramon is just how wide it can make its board just with tokens to like maybe overwhelm the Vortexdramon. Like you can't stop everything, right?
The way I've seen people talk about this deck is like they talk about it like it's this super mega powerful like meta defining like thing that's just so good. And I just sometimes I look and I'm like, it's fine. Like I feel like
I think currently at the minute you could get away with saying that. I feel like once you move into like EX and AD, you kind of lose that again.
I think it just I think if you're a competent player, you can play against it. Like the cards don't actually like stop many things. They can be a bit annoying. Like there's a little bit of like de-digivolve and stuff. Like
Well, they
on
can
your
also
opponent's turn and, like,
have an effect to
interaction.
stop them from being DP minused, which helps them battle against Hoodie.
Yeah, it helps against Hoodie. It helps against like puppets and shine and things like that. And
Then like
Sakuya
say
as well, like,
D-Digivolve.
Digivolve's good against Medusa.
D-Digivolve is one of the strongest removals in the game right now. They've got the
It has
ability
a
to give
trip-off.
all their tokens rush. They can hard slam down they can slam down their level 7s by deleting tokens and stuff. Both have various effects and stuff. Diaboromon X spitting out bodies. The fact that just the Carex alone for the deck, like that alone, is the best card in the entire deck. Like when that one singular card is your strongest card because it just allows you to go cool, Digivolve in the back, next turn raise, I'm in a Diabora.
Yeah.
To be honest, on
The
top of
idea
that,
that a level 3 essentially plays a level 6, quote unquote, is kind of
you-
silly.
You can technically be in a level 7 for 3 memory because of the fact of the race. Because you
But
can
I
generate
just-
the token and then play the Armageddon, I mean, for a cost of 3.
I think most of the like meta defining stuff though can play into it like better than Diabor can play into them. Like I think
feel like
it's-
I feel like it's strong but fair. I feel like it's off the back of the Vortexdra though. Although
yeah.
like a lot of the other decks it can deal with, but Vortexdra, like although it can get wider than it, you also have to take into consideration the fact of how wide they can get. Like
You can't stop it battling you is the thing.
you
Like
can't stop it battling. And a smart Vortexdra player will remove your line before anything
Yeah.
else, which is the problem.
I think the main thing against Vortex that I would rely on is like the errata, the like memory setter one to redirect. Because they can only do that battle effect once, and then after that they can just keep being redirected to tokens. Well-
Honestly, I played it into the Vortexdra when we were testing a wee bit, Lumi. Obviously, I'm not running Rush in it, but like it did feel like when I had that errata, I was a lot safer on my line than I was without it. The only issue is
100%.
the only issue there was like I wasn't at that point in time. I wasn't generating enough tokens to deal with them.
Like,
I
the thing is, you
actually
were generating
feel-
tokens. Like, you were generating plenty of tokens. The problem wasn't testing. You didn't have rush. So all these tokens were just sitting there to be blockers, which meant nothing. Because, like, cool, block, I still pierce, I'm still doing checks. I'm dwindling this down.
I also feel the CS Diabora is really weakened fucking Vortexdra.
But, I mean, this is the thing. There's going to be, like... So, the biggest reason I think it's a strong but fair deck, though, is, like, yes, like you say, that piece is weak in the Vortexdra. But that being said, other pieces are strong. You against Vortexdra, your idea is to swarm the board, rush them, and just outbody them. This is a deck that it doesn't do... Like, it's one singular thing it does is tokens, but then it's got a toolbox of what those tokens provide for it, like be it protection and stuff, like DP reduction, Digivolve, deletions, and things like that. It's a very toolboxy deck to the point where I think everything in meta defining and Elephant and a lot of strong but fair, I think Diabora has the tools to deal with, but it's just not doing it in a crazy bullshit way.
Yeah, 100%.
It's kind of obvious
totally
what
agree with
Diabor
that.
does. I think it's the best way to say it. It's like, it's right there. It's right
Oh,
there. It's not doing anything stupid.
As I say, I think currently you'd put it meta defining. Going into this new set, it drops to strong but fair. But
Yeah, the next deck is crazy. The next deck is actually meta defining. This is Neptunemon. This is Neptune, Venus, Abyss Sanctuary. This just won Japan finals.
yeah, I haven't really been keeping up with this deck. I've heard it's good. I feel like I'll trust you if it's won Japan finals. That pretty much puts it somewhere pretty good.
So I'll say it this way, it's a very strong deck because typically, so in this deck you see both the new Venus and the new Neptune. Both of them have protection effects for various different ways. The Neptune essentially...
I know the Venus is putting into security, if I remember
The
correctly.
Neptune is essentially board-wide evade. Like, if any of your pieces would be removed, you can suspend the Neptune and they're not. And the
And
Neptune's
it's
got...
not once per turn either. So you because it suspends, because it has like the BT15 Melga effect of when it suspends, unsuspends, you can like protect your board like 2 to 3 times a turn if you have both of them on board.
It is
very hard to out.
What I'm going to say is it's going to be very interesting to see how it does play into stuff like Vortexdra and new Medusa and stuff. I'm kind of curious to see where it lands, but yeah, I think from what you've said, it sounds pretty keeping meta defining.
Like, it's got a lot of stuff there, and like they definitely have like, so they've also got stun, as well.
They've got battle protection.
Yeah, battle protection, so they can't be deleted in battle. So like that helps them against Vortex. Like, so I've done this play testing of Neptune.
They also have plenty of options probably as well.
Yeah, they have the access to the option cards too.
Yeah.
Like they've got like the title stream and it, like any of the TS ones really.
No, so I've done this play test of Vortex into this deck because obviously Shiro has it. And it's a tough matchup. Like, I think in one particular game, now to be fair, we were both still learning the deck, so I could have maybe went a bit smoother on both ends. But in one particular game of playtesting, I had to go through all 3 of the Vortexdramons I was running just to actually get, like, to stop him, like, to kill him. Because he just kept stunning them, and then, like, after they were stunned, he was leaving me in positions where I couldn't trigger the effects or anything again. And it's like, cool, I can trigger my all turns to unsuspend and then battle. But in doing so, you'd be like, right, cool, evade, essentially, or trigger Venus, protect this way.
Yeah, fair. No, I'd say, yeah, it definitely sounds like it should be up there. I kind of want to play into it myself, kind of want to see what I'm dealing with.
I mean, considering as well, so we say right now, yeah, right now, obviously Las Vegas finals going on. This is one of the decks that they, as commentators, is predicted to maybe take it all as the secondary pickup next to Hoodie. To kind of show how strong of a deck it is. Like,
yeah,
right now, it's a very, very good deck. It's got a lot to it. At this point, I think the only tool it's missing to really, really make it stand out even further if it wanted to, because some decks are running a one-off Maruki, and that's a whole different kettle of fish of a deck. But at this point, I think the only thing it's missing is Digivolve to really make it, like, insane.
Fair.
Yeah, that is kind of true. But the thing is, like, this is the best blue deck I have seen in a while, and I mean in a good while. This is the top. Like, if you're a blue player and you want to do well, you pick up this deck and you'll do it.
I'm gonna be honest. In actually thinking about this, it's a bit late now because obviously you would need to get a lot of pieces. I think this deck, the Neptune Venusmon deck, screams you, Trevor. This is like the best of all, like some of the best of all the decks you've ever played. Like the blue and the yellow side of stuff.
To be fair, it's true. I have a very big blue and yellow player.
Yeah, I mean, like, you've played Melga, you played Masty, then you've played blue hybrids that essentially became blue/yellow hybrids because they've slowly translated to yellow. Like, I think this deck screams you. So if you're thinking of a deck for Bristol, I think you should maybe be checking this out.
Yeah, at the very least, I don't think it's a deck that. This is a deck that Shiro has and is playing. It's like testing with currently, but it's not really on his like major wants to play at Bristol. He's
mostly playing it for the TS stuff. Like Shiro's openly said, like the moment we get a Mastemon, he's dropping this deck.
Yeah, so I would say there's a very big possibility you could lend this off Shiro. You've got the access,
and like say with the Maruki side of things, we'll get to the deck as a whole later because that deck is insane. Like the focus of the Maruki TS, it gives it very high kill potential, like a lot.
As I say, I never bought into the TS set that big, mostly because everywhere we had it, it was like gone, and I wasn't really in the position to buy a lot of it.
Well,
so,
our local should be getting 6 boxes in soon.
Cool, can't wait to waste my money on that.
This is the deck that I wasted my money coming up on. Jupitermon.
Strong but fair.
You just said you wasted your money coming up on this.
I mean, he's alt-arting this deck out, and it's not even a pick for Bristol.
I mean, like, okay, if Shine wasn't an AD01, if it wasn't good, this would be in contention. Like, this was in my thought process. The fact that Shine didn't support, like, bump this out is the only because it's Shine, you know? But this deck is, like, strong, especially with, I've tried it with the promo Aeducus now. I didn't have that in my initial build. I was running, like, the Belphemons. I'm still keeping on mostly a yellow base, but with those like pure red cards, like it's kind of annoying sometimes. I did training 2 red cards one time.
When we get to the new dual trainings, just saying.
The new dual trainings, there's not a red yellow one until August.
Yeah, I know, but when we get to that one, I mean,
okay.
I mean, by then you might have your Wrath modes.
By then I might have my Wrath mode, yeah. Maybe it'll be red yellow. Who knows? Jupitermon is very, very, like, it is strong but fair. It is like kind of the definition for it to me at this point. Like,
I'll be honest,
I have won so many games just very like straightforwardly. I've lost so many games just very straightforwardly. Like,
I was gonna say, it reminds me sort of like of Gallant before Gallant X, to use the terms. Like, It didn't feel like an issue, but it felt like if it popped off, it would be. Like,
Yeah. Like sometimes this guy can just kind of cheat out wins. That's really like kind of funny. But for the most part, there's a lot of ways that I've been put in scenarios where he's just outed, and it's like it wasn't particularly hard for my opponent. The fact is as well, you're decreasing your own security, which is like playing with fire. Like I can get back up kind of quickly, like I can get back up to 3 or 4, but then I'm having to like reset myself back down to like 1 or 2 to get like my effects doing well.
as I said to you, sort of
fluctuating.
one of the problems with it is you're giving up your security in order to do things, which is kind of making it easier for your opponent to kill you, so they don't have to worry about the fact that they know you don't have security.
Yeah, it's super dangerous. It's just fair. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. That's the best I can say about it.
Fair. Well,
but yeah. We're back to Atmon.
I'll make this swift and quick so we can move on to the next one like immediately. Hadesmon, it's fantastic as an Atmon deck. You can outfuse some trash. Winning isn't everything though.
Sure.
Enough said. There's no need to dwell on this. It's an Atmon deck. What do you want?
Yeah, it's like super just nothing. But we'll move on.
Trust me, I played this at locals and like play tested it in between the locals for like a good 2-3 weeks straight. This is a winning ain't everything.
I think it could win a locals if everyone else was also playing Hadesmon.
Yeah. This is definitely a winning ain't everything deck.
We're all planning to take Atmon to locals at some point anyway, so it might.
Next we have Ryugumon, my fish.
I really hate
my
fish.
About
I think
my
that's probably
fish.
a strong fair deck.
I have a real dislike for fish, but that's just personal.
Everyone does. Everyone I play this deck against hates me for playing this deck because I just. It's just a combo thing. It just does a really big combo that lasts forever. But then,
I think it's strong but fair. I mean, I feel like it's just one of them decks.
Yeah. I mean, it has access to stun, and it has access to stun from the new Tamer as well, which is very, very interesting, because it can kind of, as some play against Vortexdramon now, in my thought processes, I want to try it out, but I don't think it's enough to, like, have it be any higher than Strong but Fair. Like, as a tier 2 sort of deck, it's like, it's not winning against, like, Medusa or Rocks, I think.
Fair. We know where that's going then.
Then we've got Ice Snow. We're starting to get into a lot of the Liberator stuff.
I think this is, especially with the new Tamer, I think this is a strong but fair deck. One of the few like novel decks, I feel. Source Stripping is very powerful when combined with Ice Clad.
On top of that, you also have the backup of Hexablow if you need to. I mean, a lot of decks probably aren't going to run it, but I mean, it's still there.
It's run as like a 2-off in most decks.
Yeah. I genuinely think Strong but Fair I'm not unhappy with. I think the Source Strip, it's the best Source Strip deck in the room. It's got a lot of stun. I would make the argument it's kind of rogue. Like, I think it has the potential to do well into the meta, but it's like, against some matchups, it's like kind of dead, or it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think it's kind of rogue.
One of the things
I think Source Strip itself is a rogue sort of mechanic.
One of the things to point out real quick as well with this, like, obviously the Vortexdramon immune to Digimon effects does not mean it ignores Ice Clad. So, like, that's really strong going for it.
Yeah, Ice Clad in itself is also a very strong, like, it is a rule effect. Like, it's It's good. I think it just can. I think Rogue sums it up. Of it can do well into the meta, but it's not exactly meta.
I mean, yeah, I could say Rogue.
Oh, right, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
No. I was confused there for a second. I see what he's doing now.
I've just sent Trevor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deck lists of Neptunemon.
Oh, okay.
I literally, I seen it pop up, I clicked it, and all I seen was a wall of HTML text. I was like, what is happening right now?
Okay. Okay. Right. I think Ice Snow is Rogue. I think Source Strip and Ice Cloud is Rogue.
Look, I think Strong but Fair, but either or, it's the same.
I think both work. I'll put it here. I think it's kind of roguish, but like I'd be happy enough. Strong but Fair is like.
I feel like it's going to compete with a lot of the meta, and then it dies to a specific few, and that's about it. I mean, there's not really much else to say on it. It's a really good deck.
Yeah.
Right, next.
It's Ghosts.
You're hoping for the buy.
I think it's winning as in everything.
Adam, when was the last time you won in Ghosts?
It's got so much cards to it that are good though. Like it's not waiting on anything anymore.
No, I agree. It's not waiting on anything. I agree. There's a lot of cards in that deck that read fantastic, amazing. And then, again, it walks in the room and looks at everyone else there and just wishes it went right back out the door.
I'm going to be honest. Every time I play this in, like, a locals or, like, I took it to regionals after the BT20 stuff came out. That was probably a mistake. But, like...
I mean, to be fair, it was...
like. Every time I play it in a tournament, it does badly. Every time I play it, like, in casuals, it pops the fuck off and absolutely rips apart every deck it's against. It's so, like, annoying. But, like, the main thinking for this, to me, right, I think this just, it got absolutely sacked the fuck off by Bandai. Dullahamon, like, if you look at every other Liberator level 7, they're great cards. Arimon, fucking amazing. Nyaboot, great card. Magneticdra and Vortexdra are stupid. Starako is stupid as well. Like, all three of those are disgusting. And then you look at Dullaha, and it's like, it pops something.
What are you on about? You play out a level 6.
Something, it gains 5k, so you're 19k.
I mean, it's playing.
When it dies, it plays a 6. Like, this is what Numamon was doing.
I feel like, Adam, you know what? It's a good level 7 for the strategy that Ghost wants to do. It's just a shame Ghost strategy is just not great. I think
the strategy is fine. I think it would have been kind of nice if the 7 didn't just say, do what Necromon does, but like with one like
higher.
I mean, the funny thing is, like, ironically, like the biggest thing before you got Dullaha, the biggest complaint was, I wish Necro had more DP, because the amount of times you were able to trigger your execute for 2 checks, and the first check would just be a Digimon that's bigger. So it's just like, I wish I had DP. It's like, well, now you've got DP, but then everyone else in the room around you was like, well, we're just better. What do you want?
It's like,
Vortexdra said, I get your DP plus more.
Well, no, this is the funny thing, right? So before Vortexdramon, like, Ghost died to Safaga because they just had the ace that went bot deck on your attack. Now, like, that ace is not, it's run as like a 1, maybe 2 of in some builds, and they're not really using it that much. Now we just have the thing goes, cool, you execute to attack, well, I'll just battle you. And it's
impossible to get bigger than Vortexdra with Ghost.
Yeah,
it's impossible to even match Vortexdra in any
I honestly don't know
scenario.
what deck matches its DP at this point, Adam, myself. Like,
but like, some decks don't need, like, I think Medusa can get up there. Like, there's some decks that can get pretty big. Like, genuinely, Vortexdra says, I'm 14k, I'll gain 6 to put myself at 20. Dullahamon says, I'm 14k, I'll give myself 5 to put myself at 19. it's impossible to get bigger than the Vortexdra. It's not mathematical.
You know what?
And like
We're
I've
just
seen
gonna have
people
to
play
start
like more
alliance.
retail and stuff, and it's like, cool. Now you don't have memory to play your strategy.
I think I'm just going to start alliancing with the Vortexdra. No, that seems like the best.
I think I could win a locals with Ghosts. I think it would take
you're stretching it.
No.
Well, look, it doesn't matter. It's one of them two tiers. Like, yeah.
I have fun with Ghost. I don't think I would have fun with a deck that just doesn't like Ghost works. It's just not good.
Oh, I don't deny it's definitely a fun deck. I essentially got to play Ghosts in the pre-release when Ghosts originally came out because I pulled quite a few Ghost cards, and when I was pulling up Ghost combos in the pre-release, it's fun. But that's all it is. It's fun.
To be fair, I actually put a small Ghost engine in the pre-release as well.
I'm going to be honest, like, I it's just as fun as when I play my Bond, and it's sitting there to be funny to go, Greymon, Ogomon, Greymon, Ogomon, Greymon.
Ogoax. Wait, what?
I pull off wins in locals with Ghosts. I may not win locals, but I pull off wins with Ghosts. I can win with the deck.
It is called winning isn't everything. So, fair.
Swiftly moving on.
Dinos. Dinomon. Strong but fair.
Yeah,
it can do 3 checks and then set. I think the new tamer being able to hatch and then immediately evo, setting you up another body for the next turn.
I think
very strong.
The other thing that's kind of good about it is it can run both of the best level 7s.
Oh, all 3 of the best level 7s.
Yeah, it can run OmniX, Vortexdra, and Staracomon.
Yeah,
and let's be honest, out of all the 3 of them, Vortexdra kind of goes against their game plan, but Vortex is that strong you don't really care. Staraco can help their game plan, and OmniX is just a finisher and they're an aggressive deck.
Yeah, I mean, strong but fair.
And all 3 are Liberator traded, so you know the deck can just naturally find them.
Yeah, I think the only thing with it is that it's very linear. If you miss one thing, you're stuck there for most of the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of decks like that though in the strong but fair at the
minute. Galactic, I think we said this at the start. It's kind of a gatekeeper.
It's not meta defining. It's definitely a gatekeeper.
The fact that it can get to an omni immune body, like this is what Magna used to be. You know, just an omni immune body you couldn't deal with, and then you lose the next turn.
You know what? I could put it there. I could put it in strong but fair. I'll go with you guys on this one. Like, it's okay.
It's so funny because this was one of the earliest cards that they revealed for EX11, and when it got revealed, both of you and pretty much everyone else as well hated that card and was like, Galactimon, super bullshit. It's disgusting. It's gonna be.
That changed very quickly when Vortexdra got released.
You say very quickly when Vortex. It was the first card. Vortexdra was the last card.
Yeah. Like,
just to point out, I just want to point this out.
An entire set of reveals for me to go, you know what? It's not as bad as Vortexdra.
I also just want to quickly point out about how bullshit this is, by the way. So, like, the set came out yesterday for us. The comic chapter came out the day before. We still don't have Vortexdramon in the comic.
Yeah.
But yes, no, I definitely agree and disagree. I feel like it is between them two. It is a gatekeeper and it is strong but fair. I feel like it's one of them two. But
it's more of a gatekeeper. I mean,
100%. It's the same argument for like when Mother Shoto was around. If you just can't deal with a really big immune blocker,
Vortexdramon, the Vortex card, is the card that allows Shoto to get unparastrict with Mother because we can now attack it.
Yes.
You can battle it, you can't attack it. There's different.
If we get more battle effects, I could see that happening. Like if we get more cards that say battle things and they're like big enough to deal with like a Mother, I could see it happening.
I feel like at that point, if they do give us more like that, they have to give us something that says like, if you're battling, redirect the battle, or something, because like it'll get too fucking stupid.
So you want a
Um,
game rule to interfere with the game rule?
Yes,
That'd be
exactly.
a nightmare to rule on, and I would hate you.
And I welcome to being a Yu-Gi-Oh judge.
Anyway, Melga!
Go on, Trev. Where does it sit?
I don't know. There's an argument to be made for it to be rogue, but this depends. Me and you are going to test this at some point over the next week. I'm going to rebuild Melga to deal with Vortexdra, and it's going to be nothing but you can't suspend stuff. However, if that doesn't work, it's definitely winning into everything.
There's an argument to be made that the stun helps it, but I think winning isn't everything.
Yeah,
I think
honestly,
this day is wrong.
I think
it just
I
depends on-
think it has a good potential matchup into Vortexdra. And only Vortexdra.
I mean,
Nothing
technically,
else.
we do have Digivolve when attacking. So, like, I mean, there is other arguments there. But yeah,
I only
think
say this
Melga's
because you do
missing
have
something,
stun.
and I don't know what though.
You do.
Melga's
You,
it's missing
missing
attack
something.
protection in some way.
I was about to say
shape, or
you
form.
have stun and you have battle protection.
Yeah,
The
we
two
need,
things that
something stops us
Vortexdramon will
being-
not like.
Yeah, we're missing something that is basically just like you can't remove me. All we have is a Viad on the funny enough the one you used as the art for this, but like, yeah, I think realistically, I do think it is winning as in everything. I think if I can come up with some weird janky build, might push it up the rogue, but I don't know what the fuck that build looks like.
I would say gas is still a thing. Like,
Gas is still a thing, but like again, gas relies on the same problems where it's like, what do you call it? It's so bricky. Gas has
Yeah.
always been bricky. Like you have enough draw power, yes, but you also have to be able to swing to use that draw power. And looking at 90% of the decks in the top bit, we don't want to swing.
yeah, that is the thing. Like most of the decks nowadays, you just don't want to swing. You don't want to attack. It's like cool. My thing is I will attack at every level. Nope, never mind.
Like that was the thing about it though. You used all the draw power that was Melga to get up your line and get all your pieces, and then you hard slam the, what do you call it, the blitz, and you
Blitzkrieg.
DNA'd, and that was basically how the deck worked. And now it's like, yeah, no, I don't really want to swing at half these things. It's a bit too much setup, but yes.
Yeah. I think Melga just it's needing some stuff. It's needing a bit of help.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It got some pretty decent cards that kind of help it, but it's not enough.
The BT15 Melga is still like a powerhouse of a card.
Yeah, we got a new Wargreymon as well, which lets us unsuspend. I mean, like there's potential there, but it's missing stuff.
Yeah.
On to the next deck.
Eaters.
I think this is either winning isn't everything or it's hoping for a bye.
Honestly, like
Hoping for a bye.
I actually hate to say it, but I think it is hoping for a bye as well.
I think this deck is so trash.
Honestly, like I want it to be good. It has a lot of good stuff. But it's just not quick enough.
Requires too much. It requires your opponent to be stupid.
Like, don't get me wrong, I've cheesed out some wins here and there, like, but it's just not got enough.
Other than that, you're hoping for a bye.
Yeah, it's just not got enough.
To be fair,
Simply,
you've played this
you're hoping for the
locals
bye. It's not the
before.
waiting room.
Now,
It's
did
got
you win?
everything.
Did you
Huh?
win any games in that locals?
Yeah, I won like 1 or 2. I think I only lost like 1 game in that locals or 2 games. Like, I mean, honestly, it can play at the local level and it can win games at the local level, but it definitely ain't winning the locals.
Yeah, no, I think it's.
I mean, it's technically more being hard carried though by the fact that you're probably running medieval gallants, you're probably running
yeah.
Curtains and Blazes, you're probably running Death X's, anything that can fucking prolong your strategy.
It's doing well on the cards that aren't eaters, which is like pretty much saying nothing.
I mean,
moving on,
you need them
we
cards.
have
You need them cards to survive you long enough for the Eater strategy to become live.
yeah. Moving on, we do have a deck that is getting a tamer in the set, NSO.
Winning everything or hoping for the buy. I don't think it's good enough still.
I think it's winning.
I think it's winning as and everything. I think the new tamer is interesting because it lets you go Bolt Bauta on your opponent's turn, which is like going Ruin mode, but 1k more, so it
Also
hits
de-digivolving.
bigger bodies.
You're also de-digivolving. Before
You're
you
also
do that.
de-digivolving.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
the new tamer like basically says when any of your NSOs get deleted, you can DNA, one of them in hand and one of them in trash. I think it is. I could be wrong. Or sorry, one of them on field and one of them in either hand or trash. So you can like go into like Bolt Bauta, and there's a few other DNAs in the deck.
I mean,
as well.
it's pretty good, but I feel like there's a lot of like sort of if the player's smart enough, they can play around a lot. Like I just feel like it's winning isn't everything. I don't think it's hoping for the buy. I think
No.
it has enough support in order to win like local level and stuff. I couldn't put it lower than Nelga. Like that just
Yeah.
feels wrong.
I think it has strong enough like playability, but like I think it could win a locals. I don't think it could win more. The best level 7 DNA deck, Omnimon.
Well, strong but fair.
The deck as a whole is probably strong but fair because it does brick sometimes. The card itself, Omnimon Alter S, is an elephant / meta defining.
I mean, it was, Lumi. It was an elephant. It's not anymore.
I'm saying the card specifically itself is an elephant / meta defining. The deck as a whole,
no, that's what I mean. The card was an elephant. It's not anymore. Like it has no way to get TP. It just dies to like a lot of the newer stuff.
Like a lot of the stuff here in this section, at the very least, has the capability of being bigger than it and being a blocker it can't remove. So like, it kind of just stops the whole strategy it had. Like when it dropped, nothing was bigger, nothing could stop it removing it, and nothing could like get in its road.
I mean,
so you would just win an OTK.
As a 16,000 DP, basically it's on the Omni deck. It's always going to be about 16,000. 16,000 DP. I can see it doing okay, but I feel like it just pales in comparison to some of the new stuff. I agreed back before a lot of these releases that it probably should have been banned, but now it just doesn't feel like it matters.
Yeah.
The only other good thing about this deck that can keep you up there is the option card of the 2 cost. Like
the option card is great. But I think I've heard people say this deck bricks a lot. I don't think it bricks as much as people say.
Oh, it does. It does. It can be bricky as fuck some days. It just depends. Like
and then every time I see it, it's like fucking popping off. I don't get it.
That's because the majority of the build has been built to try and fix that problem, but it does brick a lot. I've played it. I've seen Shiro play it. Like when it goes off, yes, 100%, but it can brick a lot. And when it bricks bad.
Yeah, I think strong but fair is accurate. Atmon everywhere. This is the worst one of them. This is Oranos. This is the 2022 one. And Trevor got it. It's hoping for the buy.
Don't get me wrong.
Ding, ding, ding.
I was going to say some of the some of the strategies above that are all hoping to avoid decks. This one's just hoping not to see any decks.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's silly. That's it. Xros Heart.
I mean,
I think Yumi said this earlier. Any cross strategy is rogue.
Yeah, I feel like don't get me wrong, Xros Heart's got some new stuff and some old stuff resurging for it, and it's like it's probably one of the better ones, but I don't think it pumps it past Rogue either.
Yeah, I mean,
because they have cross 4 again, don't they? I'm not like imagining that.
Sorry.
Do they have cross 4 again?
No,
It's
not
still
yet.
limited
It's
one.
still, it's still limited.
I feel like if they get cross 4 back, it's still going to be Rogue.
One of our local players, Matt, he has said it before, cross 4, and he said this in like BT17 format, I think. Cross 4 could be a 10 and it wouldn't make a difference. The thing about Xros Heart is with the new promo tamer and the AD01 stuff, like it looks like good support. It has so much rush. It just keeps rushing out like these like high level bodies and can sort of cycle them. I played against it. We played against it in locals. One of our local players played it, and it was kind of holding its own against quite a few of the decks there. Like
I never played it.
it's meta. No. Like I think if you know how to play it well, I think it'll do well for you. I think it just fits in that category so well.
Yeah, I think it can be hit or miss. Like honestly, it with the new stuff, I think it could do better based on the pilot. But like, I think as it currently stands, it's definitely the way Yumi says it. It just fits perfectly in that rogue. I don't think the new stuff does enough to propel it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
the cross 7 is kind of strong in its effect, but it's getting there. Oh, has that come? Oh. The next deck we have is DM. So
never
DM.
played against it. Never seen it being played. Do not know where it sits.
Wrong buffer.
This ran rampant at
Dusseldorf.
Dusseldorf, especially in the qualifier, didn't it? Like you saw,
Yeah.
like
I saw like 5.
I never seen it once.
Yes.
it's like mostly just an engine
That's what you
thing
can see.
that you can just run kind of a couple different top ends on. Whether it's from like the DM stuff or like other things, just kind of like a galaxy sort of style. The main thing, Shiro speaks very highly of this engine because the main thing is the Vatimon is very, very good at removing tamers.
Shiro does love Vatimon, like that's
Yeah.
Also like Spedgy.
I think this is a strong but fair deck. I don't think it's meta defining, but I don't think it's like a bad deck.
Oh, it's 100% strong but fair.
I can't place it. I've never played against it, and I've never played it. So I will trust your guys on that one more than anyone else.
Yeah, I think the main thing it has going for it is that tamer removal and the sort of toolboxy top end. But apart from that, it's like it feels like a worse galaxy.
Fair.
Is the best way to describe it.
I say I can't put it anywhere. I have never played against it, never played it, and I just don't know what it does.
Next deck, Valkyriemon. Winning isn't everything.
Nah, I think it's something for the buy.
Fuck me. This deck sucks right now. It's so not good. Like it is. Like it's so bad.
And Adam
I
has
know.
the deck, as does Lumi.
Oh, I think it's actually slightly better than what Adam gives it credit for.
Look, all I can say is I think I might pick up 1 or 2 wins at like the local level. I don't think it's winning locals. I just
If I could get my hands on the last 2 pieces I'm missing for the deck, I would bring it to locals.
what are you missing?
2 promo Minervamons.
Like I think the deck
I will-
just has
Do I have one? I was gonna say I'll lend you one if I have one. I don't actually think I have one.
Oh, but our local shop owner has like 5 of them in his shop.
If I convince Ryan to lend you them for our locals, will you play it?
Sure.
Right,
I
okay.
think-
And then we can place it properly.
I will play it tomorrow at locals if you can convince him.
I'll put it in winning isn't everything. But like I think after tomorrow you're going to see that it's hoping for the buy. I think the major issue with this deck is Sylphimons are good. Every other card in the deck is bad. I think the level 4s suck. The level 3s suck. The teamers okay if you get it on board. I think to be fair, I wasn't playing DGOs. We talked about it after. If I was playing DGOs, maybe it might have done better. I think Promo Minerva is a good idea for a top end of it. Again, I didn't have it. I think the Valkyries and
Because
stuff are just
the biggest thing about
not
the
fucking
Minerva is so the Minerva lets you spit out a new DNA.
2 level 4s.
So
Yeah.
you get to go,
And-
when Digivolving, play out a level 4 or lower avian, bird, beast, animal, or sovereign or sea, other than sea animal, or TS even from your hand. Then you get to go, it's also got Alliance. You go and get to attack and trigger that effect again to do all that stuff, but this time from your trash. Which then at this point gives you 2 new level 4s to DNA again.
It's a solid idea. I'll put in winning as and everything.
And I want to point out, by the way, if you Digivolve over the Sylphimon, with the Alliance, that's doing free checks.
Guys, if you want to find out where it actually will be, just comment, Lumi will tell you after how the locals goes.
I'm expecting to get my ass handed to locals, because right now everyone is try-harding and playing all the best decks. But like, I'm going to be going against a lot of strong but fair gatekeeper decks at locals. But yeah, I think it's got some value.
I'm going to be honest. It wasn't even a case of like, I don't think it has potential. When I was playing the deck, it just felt like trash. I was looking at cards and they looked like vanilla cards. Everything below level 5 felt like a vanilla. Like I wasn't doing things anymore. But yeah, no, I'll relent. Winning as and everything is fine. I think it sucks.
Let's just pick up Lumi some comments. If you want to know how it did, comment and he'll tell you.
Next deck, Adventure.
Adventure.
I think pilot dependent.
I don't know.
It's going to depend on what this new Omnimon does, if we're being perfectly honest.
Yeah, so we know it's getting support and stuff, and like this is one of the few things where we're gonna have to like really go out on the dark limb.
If the Omnimon is really good, it's still kind of bricky, so
I think right now it's a pilot dependent. If even with the new Omnimon, I still think it might be pilot dependent. If the Omnimon is absolutely redonkulous, I think it could be a strong but fair.
We'll find out. As I say, I'm kind of waiting to see what they bring to Adventure with this new stuff as well.
I would agree with you, Limit. I don't really know. It feels very up in the air. Like I would say pilot dependent fits best with my.
I feel like it definitely struggles from a lot of the problems with ones in the pilot dependency one that we has, like we said about Accel having like low end problems of finding things. I feel like in Adventure you either find all your tamers or you find no tamers, and that's kind of been the biggest issue with it every time I've played it. Then again, I only do well in practice and casual games, and every time I take it to a tournament, get absolutely hammered on it.
Okay. Demon Lords.
Demon Lords.
Strong but fair.
I think it's strong but fair. Like I feel like it's a bit slow currently.
I think it's strong but fair, but I think depending on the way that the new meta goes, it could potentially jump up there, but it just depends. Because obviously they've got option cards, yes, but they've also got access to the new flipping Creepymon stuff and all that, because that is a Demon Lord, isn't it?
It is, but the Creepymon stuff doesn't really work well with the charter because they don't have on place.
I mean,
like,
don't
fit into the deck strategy, and I think that's by design.
I think depending on how the meta falls, it could potentially jump up, but I think strong but fair is fair for it at the minute.
Yeah. I played this recently. It felt so slow against some stuff. Is the only other thought I have, but I still feel like it's, if you build it right and you know how to play it better, like I think it is definitely just strong. We've got Growl Loop, Growl X Engine.
I feel like it's dropped slightly to Rogue.
It has.
I feel like it's not.
So the only thing
it can still come out of nowhere and kill you, but like I mean, it
is very rogue. It is very rogue. The only thing to really mention about the Growl Loop engine stuff going on now is the new Gallantmon from AD01, because a lot of like even like the Megidra stuff. So we talked about this a little bit before recording.
Running Rush Gallants. is what you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, like, so they're either playing like the old structure deck Guillemons to warp into their Rush Gallants, be it like, for example, the new one, the promo Gallant and stuff, the old secret rare Gallant for that Royal Knight's got a BT13, or they're doing the Megidra loop part of it, and then like, okay, Megidra will play out a level 5, and then I'll trigger the option card to Digivolve into a Gallant from trash, and I'll get Rush. So like, if like the whole idea of the loop essentially became into this quick idea of how do I just loop back into quick ways to get to a Gallantmon that has Rush, since I've lost out on so many Rush Geos.
I think the thing with this has fallen off in the rest of the world, but I still think it has like a really high, like I guess fan base in Oceania. Like I think it kind of originated there as well, and it was played there well past when other regions stopped playing it. Growl X is still a very, very strong card as well. Like it's still needs like kind of gone.
Hey, and as of today, it got announced for a reprint.
I was gonna say as well. Like I'm technically at the minute because I haven't played tested the new Heavy Metaldra stuff yet, but I've been running Growl X and Heavy Metaldra as well. The free play that Growl. I mean,
Isn't that Geo? Because Growl X can only play Geo.
Sorry, Geo. Did I say Growl? I meant Geo. Yeah. So like, because it's a Dark Dragon as well, so you just get to go over your Growlmon into Growl X, and you get to go, cool. It dies. I play this one.
Yeah, I think Strong but Fair again. Like it's definitely dropped off.
I feel like it's maybe already hit the rogue because I feel like it's just not got that, what do you call it, consistency anymore. But yeah, I mean, I can see the argument for Strong but Fair.
Next we have D-Links, Dragon Links.
Rogue.
I will say Rogue.
I was gonna.
You play it to just mess with your opponent, and
I was gonna say winning isn't everything for that reason, but like, I mean, sure, we'll go Rogue.
The Floodgate.
Its whole playstyle is just Rogue play to counter anything.
Yeah, the Floodgate effects are so hard to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, it is the perfect example of a deck. Like, earlier on, you were comparing decks to, like, the idea of, like, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Standard, right? If you were to do this, like, Dragon Link screams anti-meta. Like, when people were playing anti-meta in Yu-Gi-Oh!, that's what Dragon Links is. Like,
so basically, yeah, okay, so it's basically Bysteals, okay.
Yeah, so it's like that idea of, like, if the meta allows it, this deck will pop off because it's the perfect counter to it.
Mm-hmm. Guys, welcome to our video explaining Digimon meta to a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
I mean, to be fair, I think it would be really fun just to have a Yu-Gi-Oh player try and, like, after reading some of these cards, try and place the decks.
That would be a fun video. But yeah, no, I think the thing with Dragon Links is, like, it's just so, like, hard to deal with the floodgates for a majority of the decks. Like, it's not like a niche floodgate. It's you can't play or move shit that's 6k. You can't digivolve level 4 or lowers. It stops really early game plans of decks. And if you do that early enough in the game, then they never get off the ground.
But also they've got the potential to delete to get rid of the late game stuff to put them back to the early game.
Yeah. Like, you can reset your opponent a little bit. You can, like, float out your other level 6s and stuff. I've seen lists play, like, Ragnaeus as well to get, like, an immune, like, body that, like, does a couple checks and things. There's interestingness to it. It's definitely not winning or regionals or anything. But I could see it, like...
If the meta allows it, 100% I believe it. I believe this could win a regionals, but the meta has to be perfect for it.
I mean, for example, like, there was a guy that got his regional invite last season at a store regional. So I think it was like a 64-person store regional or something like that. I think I was talking to him. And, like, He was also I played him at Bristol, and I asked him about it, and he said he had played like Hoodie 3 or 4 times that day, and it just fucking destroyed it. It just demolished it. So it is just played to like destroy one of those elephants, and I think it would have a decent timing into Vortexdra as well.
Potentially,
Maybe
yeah.
not as good as Hoodie, but kind of mid, kind of okay.
Next deck.
Here, guys,
Guys,
don't
it's-
worry. You just
guys,
have
it's an
to add a
elephant.
Dragon Modius to your hand, right?
I was about to say,
Yeah.
is this Virus and Bagra? Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It's an elephant if you cheat.
Yeah, it's an elephant.
If you're just better than. What if your hands are sweaty?
And cards just stick to them when you're looking through your trash. And yeah.
You've heard of tier 0? This is tier -1.
This is not even tiered. This is just you play this, you insta win. You know, it's not auto win. It's insta win.
Well,
Right.
in all seriousness, I think the deck as a whole is strong but fair. The fighter mode is maybe a little meta-y, but I think strong but fair.
I was thinking Rogue, honestly. Like, let's be honest. The guy that cheated at Dusseldorf, he has ruined this deck stocks forever. Like,
Oh,
Yeah,
100%.
you know what, guys? I think just because he cheated, it should go for hoping for a buy waiting room. Just because he cheated, that's no other reason. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would
like-
say I would honestly say like I saw someone else mention it. Like, there's no way he cheated 100% of his games during that tournament. Like, he had to win.
But the
Some
fact
just
of like
off.
the amount of times he was caught is like you also can't throw out the possibility that he did. And
Yeah.
like you say, because of that, it's thrown so much doubt onto this deck now where it's just like someone like we said, Las Vegas is going on right now, right? Someone could win with Virus, legit. Like they could win the entire thing with Virus this weekend. Not cheated once. There'll be questions in everyone's head. Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this
is gonna
deck
be
is
like that.
forever tainted, and I think it's impossible to get a good result with this deck now and not
I'm
be
from sure-
questioned.
From what Shiro said, because Shiro has it himself, he says like the deck is so bricky that he didn't even understand how he got to the finals. Like we know now, but
Yeah. That like I think it kind of the mechanics of the deck scream Rogue to me, but I'm happy enough with Strong but Fair. It's like either or to me.
again, I think just because he cheated, it should go to hoping for the buy. But
We can't do that. We can't punish the deck for the mistakes of a player.
you know what, Adam? Let's just add another wee section that says "good if you cheat."
I was thinking about it. I was tempted.
But yeah, no, for the actual like parts of the deck, like not being able to play by effects and stuff, like it's decent enough.
Also does like
I-
a boatload of checks. Like it does like 4
Yeah,
checks.
I think it's between strong but fair and pilot dependent. Honestly, well, sorry, rogue, I should say, but yeah, I mean,
Next deck, meta defining.
You think Galaxy is still meta defining?
I think printing memory like it's nobody's business is.
Yeah.
I think it will be. Now, this is a throw out there. We're waiting on Olympus stuff coming out.
I think it already is
Honestly-
meta defining because the thing is, it already prints memory like it's nobody's business, and its level 6 lineup is Toolbox Heaven. Do you want to play
Well, yeah,
Galaxy
that's-
Toolbox? Do you want to play Red Toolbox? Do you want to play Blue Toolbox? I mean, prime example, literally the very round 1 that they showed on the Las Vegas features match was Galaxy, and it was running blue top end, and the blue thing it went into was Neptunemon.
Nah, I didn't really think about Neptunemon stuff. I mean, yeah, I can see
Actually
it.
didn't get into it because they were in a flare, so
I actually,
they had to put it back on their deck, and then they played one that they had.
Yeah, that you voted for the wrong thing.
Yeah, they
Fair-
voted for
fair-
that. One.
there. I do think though that like with the new stuff coming that we don't know yet, I think this could be absolutely insane deck, but it just depends on what we get, right?
Oh,
I genuinely I think it's hard for it to contend with some of the stuff up here now. but I don't know. It is still Galaxy. Galaxy is Galaxy.
It just
Yeah.
depends what top end you're running. It
We
does.
have to remember this is the deck that won Worlds last year. We're
Oh,
approaching it again. I could see it happening.
Not
It
only is
could
it the deck
happen.
that won Worlds last year, it's a deck that a lot of the fan base is still screaming for that particular tamer to get fucking banned.
I mean, it is kind of crazy that they can play a tamer and go from a rookie to a egg back to a rookie.
Yeah. Part of it is pilot dependency. I feel like you need to know. I feel like it's so like you need to know your matchups. You need to know the piece you need to find for against every single deck.
And you need to know the meta. I feel like, see, for the first wee bit of this meta, I think it's going to be strong but fair. I think as the meta develops more, it will start to learn what it needs to run. It'll start to move up the meta defining again. But
So, in other words, you can say the exact same argument for why we put Raw Knights in meta definement.
actually, yeah, that's fair. Actually, yeah. I never actually really thought about that. Yeah, that's fair.
Valid enough. Valid enough. I think Galaxy is Galaxy. I'm happy with accepting the fact that this is going to be strong no matter what. Like I've seen this. I keep playing against it in tournaments and it keeps being hurtful. So
I'm
yeah.
getting the fact of your mice right now, Adam.
Why? I'm just moving it around.
On the screen share, it is copying itself and layering over itself constantly.
Oh.
So maybe don't fling it around everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Next
Don't
we
worry,
have
it's only
Leopard.
been doing it the entire video, but it's been so small, it's been fine.
Yes.
Sure, I'll stop moving it around as much.
Leopard. I feel Leopard's going to be strong but fair, and I feel like it's going to take the top end of fucking Vortex and just take
Some of the-
Vortexdramon as its top line. I think it's going
Some
to
of the
run.
decks on here are just green, and I just included them because Vortexdra has already been stated to be like the
I feel like
greatest thing to happen to green since the coming of Christ.
What I feel like they're going to do is,
I mean, the thing is, Vortexdramon itself, like, let's be bluntly honest, Saphaga's support in this set, putting it into Elephant, as well as Vortexdramon as a card, is the best thing Green's had going for it since Bloomlord.
I would say since Leopard X. Leopard X used to be the best green in the room. Like
I'm
from
trying to
the
find
X5.
a specific wording of something. Just don't mind me for a minute. Because I think there was a really stupid thing I was thinking about in this, and I just need to find it.
What did it involve?
Oh, okay. No, okay. It won't be as good as I thought. I was like thinking, could you not like just like Leopard obviously runs the best variant of it is the vegetation base. But realistically, it could potentially now run if it wanted a Vortex bottom end. Because like cool Leopard X, play out my level 5 for nothing, my level 5 on play, suspend itself or suspend another line, play out another one, digivolve to the Vortexdramon. Like
that's definitely probable, is what I would say for how Leopard would go. I think the main thing we're gonna see about green decks that are going to like splash in the Vortexdra, splash in Vortex like lower end and stuff, like try to keep their top end like Leopard or Bloom or whatever else. We're just gonna like look at them and go, why aren't you playing Vortex? If like 80% of your deck is Vortex, like what is the benefit of running Leopard X when you could be playing the actual deck?
This was one of the things I was going to say. So with Leopard, it actually works out a wee bit in your favor because your level 6 can go over your level 6 and plays out 2 bodies instead of the 1 body that you get from the, what do you call it, their own level 6, the Saphaga. However, yeah, I mean, the rest of the deck won't be as good for that reason. Like, I feel like sometimes, though, it's going to lead to that. I feel like Leopard is good in this current format because of how wide it can go, and I feel like Vortexdramon's just going to give it that extra push to keep it, like, relevant in fucking tournaments, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Strong but Fair is accurate. Moving on to Leviamon. I've heard people say in the UK, unless your name's Yuxo, don't play this deck.
I was gonna say, like, would you not put it in Gatekeepers just for how good of a performance it always puts in?
I mean, I would
Like-
say if it's not here, it's here. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like from what I hear people say, it's like one or two good Levia players in the whole of Europe, and like maybe a couple other darted throughout the world and stuff, and that's about it. But apart from that, Leviamon's kind of like dipped. Like
I feel like
like
with its options and what it does and how it does it, I feel like it could be a good pick.
I
But I don't
feel
know.
like it's definitely gatekeepery. Because, I mean, it's a deck we're about to come up to soon. It's like, we know Magna has always been a gatekeeper deck. But right now, Magna's doing nothing. But it's
And I
still
mean, like-
it's still a gatekeeper because it's Magna.
I was gonna say, you
I
know
don't
what,
think Magna is a gatekeeper anymore. But
you know what's quite good about this here deck that we're talking about right now? It is technically the European champion.
yeah,
Yeah, I got
mean,
rolled
that's
that way.
something to consider. But that's exactly what I say every time. Like the actual deck itself is talked about, especially like amongst the UK players, it always comes back to unless you are Gil, or there's like one other player they mentioned, I can't remember his name. You're not going to do well on the deck. You're like I feel like that makes it sort of pilot dependent. If it's like clearly
Well,
one guy does well or two guys do well.
I played
That's
at
it.
the last Bristol tournament and I played against it at Nationals, and both times it felt really hard to get around. Like, I mean, I feel like it just does something that a lot of decks don't do, but it falls to the constraints of time a lot of the time, I feel.
Yeah, it kind of relies. I feel like the fact that it plays out or it does things because your opponent's doing things is very interesting. I think it could work well into Vortex. I'm happy enough keeping it meta defining. I feel like there is an old saying. There's three things you can count on in life: death, taxes, and Leviamon making top cut.
So Fenton.
Yeah. It feels accurate.
Well,
Machinedramon.
Strong but fast.
I feel like it's hard to decide just based off the new Invisimon stuff, but I feel Strong but Fair is a fair place to put it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's
Right.
room for the new Invisi stuff in Machinedra.
I feel like you've
in
got
a
it on
way.
the LP at least. Like, I mean,
That's the thing I don't know if there's room for. I think if you're going purple base, you can't run the lower levels obviously because you're on purple base. That's out of the equation. If you're on black base, the lower level stuff now feels very good. The issue comes from running the Altea. I don't know if there's room to run that when you're already
I feel
so
like
many analog bands.
yeah, I feel like Machinedra runs into the same problem as a lot of decks like Masty, flipping Greymon, that sort of stuff, where it just has so many options. It's like, what are the correct options?
Yeah, there's no one build of it. I think Strong but Fair sits well. I think it's like near the top of it as well. Oh, near the top of it. Yeah, there we go. I think it's near the top of it as well. I think it has that so many layers of protection to it that it kind of just is really hard to out. That's the main strength of it. It's really hard to fucking out it.
But it can be bricky as hell.
Can be.
But yeah, no, I think it struggles from that problem of too many cards in the pool. How do we pull ourselves down to what we need?
Yeah. It's also like because it's one of those decks where it's like the more varied the meta gets, the harder it is to build with that pool of cards as well. It's because like oh, well, this one is good against those two, and this one is good against those three, but that one that's good against those three is really bad into those two.
The joys of
I think it just gets into a situation of that.
Well, that's fair. We've placed it. Let's move on because we don't want this to take forever.
I don't think Magna is a gatekeeper anymore. I think it's strong but fair.
I think gatekeeper because it's
It
one of
does nothing anymore.
yes, it does nothing, but it's one of those decks. Like Magna is Magna, immune to everything, big body thing, and it's always going to be this deck where it's like it's going to pop up every now and then a regional, and if you just don't have a way to get around the Magna, you just lose.
It's okay, Lumi, because now at them regionals there'll be so many Vortexdra players that it's going to lose every game.
I'm about to say, yeah, don't get me wrong, a lot of decks these days have answers that are up there, hence why they're up there. But like a lot of the decks that you see like in winning ain't everything and hoping for the buy, the reason they're down there is like one of the many reasons is like they can't, like they just don't have an answer to this deck. Like this deck locks them out from being strong but fair sometimes because they just don't have the answer. Like it locks it, like it is a literal gatekeeper, as in it's the fucking doorman of like, you want to play in the top level groups? Can I see your ID, please? Got none? Fuck off back downstairs.
No, I'm sorry. To me, this is just a simple case of like exactly what I said about Jesmon. Like, why would you play Jesmon? There's Medusa right there. Why would you play Magnamon? Galacticmon is right there. It does everything that Magna does, but better. I think
I can give you one clean answer. It's simpler and easier.
Okay, hang on. I've got a better one. Why would you play Magna when Vortexdra is right there?
That's a simpler call. Like, I don't know. I see less and less of this at every tournament. Every time I see a tier list, it gets lower and lower down it's just not looked upon as anything of a threat anymore. And even the more I play against it, it's like
I'm still with the mouse man.
against certain decks. Like it's very good into purple, I think.
Mouse.
It's very sorry. It's very good into purple. But I think it's kind of that one trick pony. Like it does one thing. That's it. It swing, unsuspend, I'm immune now. That's it. And against more complicated decks and against decks that do like wider levels of effects, it struggles and struggles and it just keeps on struggling.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I almost fucking won locals last week with this.
Yes, but we said Blackwargreymon can win locals, Lumi. Like, I don't know. I don't see this doing well. I haven't seen this do well in a long time.
I think at this point, it comes down to Trevor and Amy to be the deciders.
I think
What are you
Magnus
thinking,
is
Amy?
a fair deck. Like, it isn't doing crazy much right now. You're not going to see it in, like, top tables compared to the other ones. And it still will show up at regional events. Like, I played against it in Bristol last time, I think. And it did really well. But it was still fair.
Like, I think the thing is
There's a
how
back
you
and forth.
said it, Lumi. It's simple. Like, I think that's the biggest thing holding it back is that it's simple.
I
It's
kind of
easily understood.
I kind of understand where Lumi's coming from on the gatekeeper front, but at the same time, I feel like it's gatekeeping less decks now than it was.
Oh, it's less decks because, like, as we've had more and more sets since BT16, cards just naturally have been able to out this or been able to pass the fucking door easier.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So, like, at that point, does it still fall within gatekeeper, or does it drop the strong but fair and become a gatekeeper of its own there? Like,
Like, I think just looking down this list of what's in Strong Buff Fair, I think majority of these get past it. Like, I think if majority of the decks that are in that sort of tier 2 bracket are getting past it, it's not the Gatekeeper anymore.
I think it's still top of Strong Buff Fair. I think it's
I'll put it like up next to like Jesmon.
yeah, I think it's like up there. I feel like yes, it can be, but it's as we move further and further into the game, it's just starting to feel less like thing. But I think decks do need to be able to deal with it in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, they're not really competing, right? Like the amount of effects that are in this tier that we've put it in the tier above and in the tier above that have so many protection effects that you need to be able to at least be able to beat a Magna to get there.
There's
Right?
so much more stun in the game now as well, and so many more ways of like just removing security really quickly. We've always said that Magna's biggest weakness is whenever security gets removed super quick.
I just feel like the meta we're going into is going to be a problem because, as I said before, I feel like we're moving into a very go wide format,
Hmm.
and
I mean,
I feel like that's going to be its biggest downfall.
From my standpoint, all the arguments that you can make of like, well, this is why Magna doesn't feel like that much of a threat anymore. Like there is stun, there's this, there's that, whatever. It's immune. We can get bigger than it. Go wide format. Are all the exact same arguments to me, at the very least, of like why you can stop a Vortexdramon. Because I'm going to be honest, the only difference I see between these two cards individually, not as decks, is one says I'm immune to everything, the other says I'm immune to just Digimon. Both of them at the time, like, so right now, Vortexdramon is big body in the meta. At the time of Magna, it was big body.
Yeah,
Like-
but that's what I'm saying. Like at this point, though, they're both quite similar cards. So why would you play Magna over Vortextra? You get what I mean?
Like, to me, I think this is what Trevor was saying earlier. I think you're looking back with like nostalgia goggles on a little bit. Like, it used to be that guy in the meta. It used to be the top dog. It's not anymore, and it hasn't been for, I would say, at least a year. And I think that's like solid enough to like say it's not in a gatekeeper status.
I mean, I'm out of idea. I'm happy to admit that, but like, I think it is still a gatekeeper personally, just because of what it is and what it represents and stuff.
Well,
But-
that's why I put it. That's why I said put it at the top of Strong Buff.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's quite gatekeeper.
I'm
anymore.
outvoted, and I accept that. On to the next deck.
I think this is gonna be this is one I'm struggling with. Maruki.
I think this is, if it's not an elephant, it is the very top of meta defining. Only because the whole point of this deck is the build style of it is to kill you turn 2.
It kind of is. The biggest thing I can compare it to in the past is Takamika,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
But
wow.
it has like,
That's what it
instead of
feels
being
like?
like 1 in 20, it's like 1 in like 10. It can win turn 2, right?
What was
Something
that,
like
Trev?
I've not seen it being played, and I don't really know the build. I know
So
it's quick, but I
so
didn't
it's
think...
a pure TS thing because Maruki gives all your bodies rush, right?
Yeah,
and-
no, I know that bit. What I was
Uh,
saying was I didn't think it was Tachimichizuki level. Is
Oh
what I
no,
mean.
because it can kill turn 2. Because essentially what you can do, I can't remember the exact full line. I remember all the
know
I remember all the
exact
pieces that you
order of
need.
effect. I know the
So
exact order of how you do it. So you
fair enough.
raise
I was
an
about to say just
Agio.
quickly for the pieces though, just to like the Jewel Tamer is part of it. Maruki gives everything rush, and then once again, DNA bullshittery because it's Selfiemon.
100%. So like, right, you go raise Agio. Agio plays your dual tamer. You then go swing. It has barrier, so it's not gonna die. You then play out a 4. You're wanting. You usually get the 4 at the start of your turn because you'll do like a Haruka or like Asuna that'll like free play your 4 at the start of turn. But like
Yeah.
there's other ways of like just having the memory and stuff to do it. So you play your 4, you DNA into Selfie. Selfie will give itself a sec +1 because you've DNA'd. You then Evo over that to Maruki. Maruki's effect is going to make you swing into a Digimon with Piercing and Rush. You do 2 checks. When attacking, unsuspend. Swing again, do another 2 checks. And then after that, you use the Dual Tamer to be able to attack again at the turn.
Yeah, you can also trail. I think you use the TS egg to unsuspend, so you can get that attack as well.
Yeah,
I was gonna say as well,
Pokemon, you pay a memory at end of turn to unsuspend.
The red level 4 they typically play to DNA into Sylphie is the Cyclomon that is TS with Rush. So,
So even if it dies, you can still rush it at security as well.
Yeah,
it's really silly.
Like it is got very high potential. So like there was someone play testing this, like, and like the entire build is designed to essentially you hopefully turn 2, if not turn 3 kill, and it is that crazy. And it's for those reasons why I think if it doesn't become if it's not an elephant, I don't think we're at that stage yet. I think it maybe had the potential to become that, depending on how much representation it gets.
That's my thinking. My only thought is I don't know if we'll see a lot of people play it, because I think the other decks that are like kind of around at same level are more fun and they're more like known. I feel like this is kind of a niche sort of thing, but I think it will like go up.
It almost feels like Gas, but at a different time, right?
Kind of,
it feels like Gas, but kind of more like hoodie-ish levels where everything you need for it is in the same set.
Right, okay, fair.
But it's also got a bunch of draw power and stuff. It also, so like say, it runs the Gato as a part of its DNA for Sylphie, the Cyclone, and the other thing is the Garuru, because the Garuru is also part green, and the Sylphie can be
DNA.
Yeah.
I find that out in the pre-release that technically the Garura could be used as a DNA requirement for Sylphie.
Yeah. So it's a very, like I say, if it gets high representation, is the potential to become an elephant of like, okay, this is getting crazy because everyone's trying to turn to kill you now. If its representation stays roughly where it is, it's definitely meta defining. Like, it's a deck you need to be wary of. And I'm going to be honest, the only problem you're going to have going into this matchup is when they go hatch and stuff and do their first turn, you're going to have no clue you're against it, because there is no difference between this and Neptune when it comes to the lower end, pretty much.
No, there's definitely a difference, but the more of the issue is you're not going to know if they're playing the like full OTK kill you turn 2, or if they've just someone that's like built Maruki because like just sort of a standard, like probably what Bandai wanted you to build out of Maruki.
Yeah.
Like that's going to be the main issue. You don't know if they built this to kill or built to like play, you know?
Yeah, but this is also, Maruki itself is so strong of a card. It's why some Neptune builds are running the Maruki itself as like a one-off.
Yeah, Maruki's a great card. All the Olympuses are great cards. Minerva's good. Venus, Neptune, they're all great. Weirdly, the secret rare feels like Jupitermon feels like the least strong of them all.
I think, honestly, obviously, knowing the games, we're not going to say any spoilers here, just in case. But knowing the games, I think Jupiter is going to be the payoff in the long run.
Oh, 100%. I'm in the long game here. But moving on, we've got the last Masty variant, CS Masty.
I think it's strong with it. It's the same as the other Masties.
Honestly,
it's the least good of all the Masties, but still.
I can't say that it's fair. It is strong. Honestly, it just lacks. If you don't see the pieces, you're fucked.
Yeah.
The Digilab though did really help it.
Digilab helps a lot. It basically makes a galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, honestly, Digilab has like won me so many games on it, but like it does feel like just you either see the pieces and win, or you don't see the pieces and you hard lose.
It feels like the slowest of the 3 as well, because you need the most amount to set up, because you may be setting up tamers and options.
Well, I mean, technically you only need to set up the option, but the problem
Yeah.
becomes you having the right pieces to set up the tamers.
Yeah. We got purple hybrids next.
I think this is rogue/pilot dependent.
See, I was going to say that as well until I thought about the new tamer. The new tamer kind of makes it slightly better. I don't know if it's strong but fair. Huh?
I think it's still rogue.
Yeah,
think-
it might not pull it out of that. I'm just saying with the new tamer, like, honestly, your first Digivolve is technically now free. Like, because you have the triple tamer with his name on it, so technically, you as long as you stuff 2 and the next turn you stuff another 2, you're pretty much Digivolving for free, right?
I think that it makes it interesting, but the thing with purple hybrids is that it's not really the inheritables that are like doing a lot for you. It's like their actual effects. Like you don't really care about the inheritance.
Yeah, I'm just more talking about the fact you can Digivolve for free because you have the memory. Like you only need 4 cards under that tamer, and you probably never need to Digivolve over it, and you have 2 memory at the beginning of every turn.
Yeah, I suppose in a sense.
Like I don't know if that's enough to pull it out of Rogue, but I mean it's something to consider on it.
Gives it a bit more memory to work with. I agree. I think it's still firmly past 81. I think it's still rogue.
I think there's too many black.
Didn't this like top at regionals recently?
Yeah, it's been topping and stuff.
I was gonna say there's too many black text boxes. I feel like to make it matter hugely.
The biggest thing you can stop these days is which has become some of the biggest bullshit in the meta, is DNA.
Yeah, like the hoodie and the against like hoodie and Maruki, like that idea of like changing a color so you can't DNA is becoming like more of a tech. And like I've seen people play it in Belphemon. Like Amy has it in her list. I've seen other people play it. And it's a very like interesting idea of like if you have a Digimon that can like spam out 4s, purple wise, like generic 4s, it's kind of a great tech to use against those decks.
Fair.
And there's a lot of DNA on this list, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of DNA in the game at the minute.
Yeah.
On to our next one.
We're back to Atmon.
This is one of the stronger ones. This is winning ain't everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this one has had the most.
Hang on. Technically, at Nationals, I lost to this in a side event when I was playing Armorvac.
Oh, that was a side event? Well done.
I
think winning it everything is probably, yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Domini Angels.
Is it just Angels? Is it 3 Great Angels? Is it Dominimon, or is it a mix
of all of that? It's all of that. It's just like
it's Angels as a whole.
This deck is like dropped and dropped.
I feel like you're at least in Rogue. Like I mean, you could drop down to winning it everything, but I don't think you're in Strong but Fair anymore.
I feel for the bog standard player, it's a winning ain't everything kind of deal.
Yeah.
When you put this deck in the hands of as our local player Matt, though,
it
is.
He would say it's winning isn't everything. He is like I talked to him like I think a month back about this deck, and he was like, "Nah, it's just not it anymore."
See, I've been debating rebuilding mine, but effort, and I just can't be bothered trying to figure out what I need to change for the new meta.
I think the main issue is that it just fucking absolutely gets obliterated by Digivolve.
Real quick,
like a lot of things.
Hang on, 2 seconds.
Trevor's doing that.
Copy link. Boom. This is where my PC crashes.
Yeah, for the sake of this, by the way, but they've just played the field spell for Neptune, so I think this is like Neptune.
Fair. I'm just waiting for my Google to load before I open this, and then when it's up and running, we're good to go again. I just don't want it to die on me.
Actually, I don't even know anymore. I'm seeing Garurumons and Garurumons. I have no idea what version this is.
Maruki. Right.
It honestly could be TS Megazoo.
Could be.
Anyway, right, yeah. Go ahead. I'm set up again.
Okay, on to Gaio.
I think Gaiomon is strong but fair.
I, funny enough, agree with you.
I, as a person that plays Gaio, doesn't feel that way.
I feel like it depends on what you're playing into, but I feel like the fact you can force attacks and you can do things like that, it can kind of be really good or really bad. It just kind of depends on the overall, like, level of it.
I ultimately, I kind of feel like, this is from me playing the deck, I feel like it's a winning ain't everything deck. And I think that might just be down to the fact of, I've had some really bad matchups when I've played this deck. Now I will say,
I think it is very matchup dependent. That is definitely up there.
Yeah, I will say the Greymon that we got that has the Raid Inheritable gave the promo Gaiomon version of the build a good boost, more trash potential and stuff. But the major downside with all of this, the Gaiomon build has with the promo, as well as that Greymon has been good as it is for the deck. It relies on what used to be Saphaga's weakness, which is something not a lot of decks are willing to do these days, which is have a Digimon on board. Most of the time when people are committing Digimon, they're committing to kill, or they're committing to put you in a position where you can't play.
I think the major thing that elevates this, I don't think it fits in Pilot Dependent or Rogue at all. So that's out of my equation. But I think the major thing in my brain that puts it above Black War, like a solid tier above Black War, when I didn't originally, like last format, is the fact that because it's non-Ace and it has an actual high play cost, when you use Hades Force, you can actually nuke some tamers, and I think that's getting ever more important. Like, especially when we're getting higher play cost tamers as well, like Homeros, we're getting the new Marcus in AD01, we're getting some like high 4-cost tamers from different decks, the new Memory Setter for Vortex.
Let's just look at it this way. Like 3 of the 6 Liberator decks, like for the comic lot, we've put in meta defining or higher. And some of the strongest plays they have is like warp digivolving and stuff. Via like the emblems and stuff, but they can only warp digivolve if you have the tamer. So like you remove the tamer from them, they can't warp from 3 to 5, they can't warp from 5 to 7 because they need their named tamer.
I would say out of meta defining and elephants, there's only 2 decks in that don't have tamers or don't care about tamers, and that's Levia and Creepy, and that's it. Every single other deck in that and above is highly not reliant, well, kind of reliant, on
either relying or really wanting.
Yeah, like it's a big part of their strategy. Like Cool Boys for Royal Knights, Rika's for Sakuyas, Home Roasts for the Olympus decks, the Liberator Tamers, Hoodie, Galaxy. Like these are decks where their tamers are important to their strategy. So being able to nuke like 3 or 4 of them at a time potentially from a Hades Force, like I think that's going to be really, really nice going forward. And even more than that, I was gonna say, what's the play cost of Vortexdra?
14.
Slightly too high.
It's basically the same play cost as my Nanastra, right?
Yeah. That's the only thing. If Hades Force could somehow hit Vortexdra, I would say amazing, but
I mean the thing is the Gaiomon is literally 1 play cost away. So at that point, you know what they're waiting for, because they'll probably have the rule in text that'll count as a Greymon like all the Gaiomons do.
Edo mode?
Edo mode. It's level 7.
Which could happen in future sets, but not this set.
Not this set, but it does. That is something to consider. Keep in mind, like, if at that point, like, what, it becomes a play cost 15 or something, because Gaiomon's already so high. But the ability to go Hades Force, delete 15 play cost worth of Digimon and Tamers.
Can you pause a second?
Yeah, so I think strong but fair. I think I'm happy to be wrong that it could probably be winning as and everything. I feel like it could.
I am happy to be wrong that it's strong but fair. I hope it is. As a Greymon player, Greymon's not been in a great place for a very long time, and that goes for both Blackwar and the normal Grey.
I honestly think it can. It's got a lot of interesting options, Gaia, and I think it can like compete with a lot of things that are in that their sort of tier. So yeah, I think strong but fair is fine with it.
Okay.
I think Hades Force holds it up. And I would like to say it could do the same for Blackwar, but Blackwar likes to sell in the Ace now.
Yeah. On to the next deck, Gallant. I mean, it's Gallant's the most fairest deck in the room, right? Right.
It used to be here. It used to be here. And now it's here.
You could make an argument for it still being gatekeeping with some of the new stuff coming out.
I will say, I would maybe argue meta. I mean, I can see the strong but fair, but I'd maybe argue meta. Like, to me, like I'm bouncing between top of strong, bottom of meta, like somewhere along there.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm debating taking it to Bristol and just asking Shiro to borrow the deck.
Problem with that, Shiro.
Out of AD01, Trevor.
I can as well, yeah.
There's a problem with that idea. I was speaking to Shiro today, and he's also thinking about maybe taking Gallant to Bristol.
Damn it, Shiro! What do you call it? No, honestly, like I can build it out of AD1, yeah. Honestly,
I'm gonna
like,
be honest. You can build like at this point 4 or 5 decks from just AD01.
Yeah, to be fair, I've always made the joke about me being the best Gallimon player. I might have to step up and just prove it.
Specifically, the best Gallimon player in Northern Ireland. He's not saying he's the best overall.
Yeah. We're going to England, so if I lose,
Trevor
it's
is
fine.
the best Gallimon player.
Best Gallimon player in the world. There's some bold words to hold him up to.
Like, honestly, I'm the best Gallimon player in Northern Ireland. We move outside of Northern Ireland, I probably lose.
This is coming from a guy that doesn't even own the deck.
You know it. But, like, yeah, I think it is gatekeeping. I think I don't think it's quite dropped far enough to be strong but fair.
I mean,
but it's not far from
the only thing I'll say about Gallant, it was the most fairest of fair decks. Then we got Gallant X, and ever since then, every Gallantmon they've printed has just been just a little beyond the realm of fair to power this deck up even more.
I'm going to be honest. You know what? I feel like it's only up there because it serves the same purpose as what we were debating earlier with Magna. I feel Gallant is the new Magna.
I'm happy to say it's still meta. I think the new 81 Gallant kind of keeps it back up here. Like, I think it dipped down briefly, down to here, like when like 24 or 23 came out, especially when EX11 came out, and then 81, boom, back to here.
I think as well, like, when we start seeing proper dual cards and stuff come out, I think Gallant's going to be one of the earlier ones we'll see them with. Like,
I mean, yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. So, something to think about as well. Because obviously we're getting new Gallant cards, right? There's always the chance that they might get a new Crimson mode as well in AD01. Don't know if they will, but there's always a chance. I mean, there's clearly more to that deck that yet to be revealed, because all the new Gallant stuff they're showing is talking about having Tocado and sources. So, like,
I was looking at this. Did you know that Gallant has 2 Biomerge Tamers?
Yeah.
Actually, I
didn't know this.
I didn't. I thought he only had one.
It's the BT12 and the BT17.
Funny enough, when I was looking through my cards to see what Gallimon stuff I actually did own, I came across the fact that they had 2 Biomerge Tamers.
I kind of forgot that completely, and honestly, that makes me think they won't get a third one, because they already have 2. But they could get a third.
Okay, on to the next deck.
Barbamon?
Now this is This is hard to sort of judge.
It's not.
I mean, you throw it down there, but I mean, like, realistically, it can rely on the Creepymon strategy bottom end and then just go to that top end, right?
The most
Yeah, but the
powerful
issue is
thing
the
that
top end sucks.
the most powerful thing that Barbamon does is you have a massive hand, well now you have 6.
That
And
is
then
true.
it'll make a trash one more.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I always liked the idea of what Barbamon did with forcing your
It's a
opponent
cool
to choose what
idea.
card to keep.
It's a cool idea, it's just not enough.
The thing is, Barbamon, like, the decks, the color that draws the most and gets the biggest hands is blue. And look how little blue there is, like, near the top of this
Yeah.
list.
I
Like-
feel like Barbamon would have been better if it wasn't their choice what to keep. I feel Barbamon should have been printed with
Like, trash
randomly discard their cards from hand. Like, I feel like that would have made it way better, but yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't force much more of an argument than winning at everything, but like,
I think it's just like I've never seen this deck do a win, period. Not even casually. Like I like the new promo, the ST22 got, but it's like nowhere near enough. Like the deck needs a whole overhaul before it's even like
yeah, I feel like that card reads
Somewhat.
really good, and I feel like it could be used as stack options, but the deck as a whole probably not.
Next we have Three Musketeers.
Why? if
No, I don't think it's that bad. Like,
I actually,
I think
funny
it's
enough,
winning isn't everything.
looking at the way the meta's going though, I think you could see some of them Three Musketeers coming up as rook strategies just for the amount of options and like the way it works.
The issue is I was having a look at it because I was like, oh, it uses options. It might be good into Vortex. And like they have one option that is like it can do well into it. Like the gimmick with the Three Musketeers stuff is that the use effect of the option
That's
is like different from like they put it under their source and then they trash it later on and do a different
Yeah.
effect.
I feel
All
like
of
we
the
need to.
trash effects is a D-Digivolve, and that's basically the only thing that works against Vortexdra. The rest don't do anything else.
I think
I feel like
Shiro
if you
needs to
get
make the
better
decision.
option cards, they will be better, but they aren't. They're like there for now. They're like
Yeah, again, I think we need Shiro here to make that decision because Shiro knows more
Shiro.
about
If Shiro was here, he'd put it here.
that's why I was advocating hope for the buy for it, because I
you know
know what
what?
Shiro would say.
If Shiro would advocate for it to be there, I will trust Shiro. It goes hoping for the buy.
Okay. I think it's better than like everything else in this category, so I'm gonna put it at the front.
Well, I know where the next one's going, if that helps.
Wind Guardians is actually was here when it launched. It was here, and now I think it's here. And I think it's here for one card.
Should have.
For, like obviously I got the Rosemon promo, the box topper promo. That's not the card. The card is the fucking Vortex Tamer, the new Shoto.
Yeah, should have. Yeah. They can vortex into the player now.
Yeah, the issue with the deck used to be you remove your own Vortex target too easily. Now the issue is not that anymore. The issue is like focused on the rest of the stuff is just bad.
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's hoping for a buy. I don't think even that helps it.
I think
I want it
think
to be
you're right.
better because I want there to be more vortex options and stuff, but I don't think it's even viable for locals.
It's like the Tamer helps, but that's all that
The Tamer helps, but the problem is at its core, it's still a deck that wants to get to a level 7 DNA.
Keeping in that line, we've got Deep Savers, which I actually think this is a strong but fair deck.
I found something out very interesting about the Deep Savers DNA, which I didn't know until I looked at it there a couple of nights ago. It can be DNA'd by 2 Mastemons.
Yeah, because it's like yellow and purple, right?
Yeah. I didn't know this. Be completely pointless
I'm
in the
pretty sure
deck.
I've suggested it to you before, Trevor. Yeah, I think Deep Savers is very good because it has a lot of like we've talked about before, it has a lot of stun throughout the deck. It has a lot of floodgates in it. Like quite like up and
See,
down it.
I haven't played against Deep Savers or haven't looked into Deep Savers or watched anyone play Deep Savers since it was up in meta defining. Um, like I don't know where it sits at the minute. Like
I think strong but fair. They're good.
I think
Fair.
the main things that recently have added to it is the fish stuff from EX11 actually adds some stuff to the deck, especially because a lot of people play like Sangomons on the bottom end anyway, but especially the Tamer allowing you to stun different things when you like decode out like is very good, and like it's a lot of draw power as well. Like every time you evo or play a fish, you draw. You can like tap to draw. It's really nice.
Yeah.
The other thing is the Betamon X, and we'll get to it later because I put Seadramon on this list. The Betamon X tournament promo from this set of tournament promos has the effect when you play or digivolve it, you can tuck it under a card, one of your other Digimon with Seadramon in text, and bottom deck something of equal or lower level to that Digimon you tucked under. And this has Seadramon in text. It's a level, so you can bottom deck level 7s using that promo. And I think that's majorly good.
I haven't really, as I say, Deep Savers isn't something that I've ever really looked into or ever really made the call for. So yeah, I'll trust your guys' judgment on it.
Yeah, I think that Betamon X is a nuts card.
Yeah,
I think it's
so literally the only interaction I had with Deep Savers was getting my own play Shut Up Fun Adventure and I'd bricked. So yeah.
this next deck I only put on here because it came second out of regionals recently, and it shocked me. It's Red Hybrids.
Oh,
It's
Red
broke
Hybrids hasn't been
because of
relevant
that.
in a year.
No,
I mean,
with the new stuff, I think it might become strong but fair.
I feel something similar because, like, honestly, like the issue has always been Red Hybrids, like, struggles a lot with a lot of stuff. But the good thing is it's Emperorgrey can digivolve over a team of 5 or more underneath, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
so like the new tamer stuff's under and starter main stuff's under, so you can use your old tamer to get your 5, go to your Emperorgrey. I mean, yeah, I agree with Lumi. I think it's strong but fair.
yeah. I mean,
It can get the,
I
get
was
the
shocked
DP.
that it even came second in its current iteration. Like it was not a deck that was like on my radar. Like I have to clarify. This is like classic standard like a Gunimon sort of like red hybrids. Like
I mean,
we've
they
got
can get
the
lots
like
of DP.
RGB version here that is more related to that tamer. Like Susanamon kind of thing.
Yeah. As I say, I think just in general, even like the red hybrids strategy itself is so DP reliant and stuff. It could be really good, literally. But yeah, I totally agree. Strong but fair.
Next.
CS.
Is this just ordinary CS?
This is like BT22 strategy CS. Like this isn't like hoodie.
Yeah, I mean,
Strong but fair.
I feel something similar. I think if you built it right into the meta, yeah, amazing. But you have to be so like you don't know what you're going to be playing. Like, look at the amount of meta defining decks we have there. Look at the amount of elephants. I mean, you could build it for one that just loses to everything else.
Look at the amount of elephants. The 2?
Yeah, there's 2. There's 2 elephants. I mean, that's
I was gonna say the list. I sent yourself, Trevor, and I think I sent it to Shiro as well. A list that I thought would do really well into Vortex, which was focused on the CS Diaboromon and use the erratas, so they can't avoid
so you can always
the ice cloud.
Yeah. You always basically redirect them into the ice cloud. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I still don't think it's above strong but fair. I mean,
Yeah,
you put
that's
the
like the
correct
only thing it has
interface.
going for it is that idea, and that's about it.
Yeah, because honestly, like the Alphamon strategy now is pretty much dead. I did see a recent build that was like Alphamon CSDNA to Goryukin using the options, and I was like, that's pretty cool, but I don't
That
think it would do
sounds
well.
kind of cool.
Yeah, it seems pretty cool, but I don't think it'll do. Basically, you go up to the Alphamon and then you play the option and you DNA with the hand. Um, but yeah, I think strong but fair is probably okay for it.
The next one, I have Turtle Ganku because Shiro insisted that it was different from Jesmon.
I
That it
think it
was
is. I'm like,
Well, I
I
mean,
think it is.
if you're talking about the deck to Ulganku, yes. If you're on about like
Yeah.
what Shiro was playing, which was like Jess with like Ganku Jess, that's also different. So you've got pure
Yeah.
red Jess, which is just aggression. You've got Ganku Jess, which is what Shiro plays and is the better thing. Then Turtle Ganku is just Ganku. There's no Jess in it.
And yet
Yeah.
still performs worse than just pure Jess for some reason.
Well, I think it's not bad. I think it's like the bottom of Strong but Fair, or like
Yeah.
kind of in the middle. Like I think still getting a immune big wide board, especially with the idea being playing like a lot of Floodgate rookies and stuff that can't.
I think it's
actually be
I think it's something similar to Mass Day, if I'm being honest. It's like it's very strong but fair, but the pilot could take it to a different level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say the same. The thing with it is like it actually comes back to like actually when you said earlier, Amy, about Floodgate rookies coming back, like this is the deck that would maybe make it kind of helpful because
Yeah,
they're
because they can
immune,
protect
so they
them,
can't be
yeah.
removed.
They can put up lots of blockers so that they can't be battled through. Yeah, I mean I can see
Yeah.
it.
But I don't think it's much. But I think it's there. It's just there. It's just a there deck.
I mean it's the same with a lot of decks right now.
It
On
exists.
to the next one.
You gotta know of it. Shine.
This
Oh,
I think this is
I
going to
want to put
become
it
meta.
here.
I think it's
I
going
want
to
to put it
become.
here.
I honestly think it's down
love
here.
the
I think
new
it's down
stuff.
here. I think it's down here, Gallant. I think it's yes, it is
Trevor, I
important,
love the
but
new stuff so much. It makes me feel like I am the best fucking person in the room. Like I'm
I
not even
hate
joking.
it. Like, the fact they printed a tamer that says on play, make this a Digimon, give it rush on it, they attack.
That's
is
end of
fucking-
turn if they have an Greymon name on the field, not on play.
End of turn. It doesn't matter.
And I am telling
Why?
you, like this is a deck that can win quickly for sure, but it's also a deck where the longer the game goes on, the stronger and stronger it gets because you just get more and more tamers committed. So you're doing so much more damage.
Also, I know you're not doing this in your build, but the idea of the deck having the potential of just 8 cards that you can just hard slam swing game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing 7 of them, if that helps.
I mean, it's not that many often.
It's not.
The greatest thing is actually, I've recently been in situations in my testing where I'll have a memory setter and I'll have multiple of the new tamer on board. And what I'll do is I'll pass my opponent on 1 and I'll do the end of turns, make 2 of the new tamers into Digimon, or like however many, and then choose not to attack, then use my last one to make it the memory setter, attack, and retain turn back to 0. So now I have extra bodies I can swing with. That's kind of nuts.
Don't get me wrong, I think it's really good. I think it is in the right place, but I think just looking at everything else there, I think it's still low end depending on what you're against.
What I'll
like-
also say is in my testing,
Well, we haven't
the only
tested
level
it.
7 I play anymore is Ruin Mode. This has become a new Ruin Mode Turbo. This
To be fair, we've been telling you that for a long time. Run remove. Nah.
But also, something to point out as well. So, if the advertising is anything to go off, because obviously at this point, AD01 is not fully revealed yet. But the biggest things they advertised with AD01 was Shine Greymon and Impealdramon. Now, Impealdramon's gotten one of the two new secret rare slots. There is still a slot underneath as the Impealdramon for a secret rare, the new with its fighter mode. So there's a chance that Shine might get a new burst mode.
Yeah,
I doubt it because burst mode is shown as like the title piece of BT25, like the pack art of BT25. And
look, at the minute, I think you're in the right tier. I think it's more low end of that tier, but yes.
now I think
there's a lot of new stuff coming that could make it potentially even stupider. But like, yeah,
for sure, this is the deck I'm taking Bristle. No matter, like, I love this now. This makes me feel.
For all
so
yous that are
good.
going to Bristol that have made it 4 hours in, you now know what Adam's playing.
I mean, to be fair, it is
There,
in
I'll
one.
still win.
I feel like it is in one of my choices as well, but like I haven't quite decided what I'm taking. But like Lumi knows I'm very, very much struggling to figure out what deck I want.
I'm going to be honest, for your playstyle and decks you like, I think you should be considering Neptune.
I honestly, don't get me wrong, since you've
we can
pointed it
talk
out,
about
I am
that.
considering it. But I'm going to play Gallant, like, because I had to prove I'm the best Gallant player in the UK now.
As we're coming up on the end, we've got Bloomlord.
Strong but fair, and it's only because of Vortexdra.
Yeah, again,
It's
it's the same
green.
thing as Leopard. It's just strong but fair because of Vortex.
Where is Leopard? Put it next to Leopard. Either
Yeah,
move
put it
Leopard
right
to it
beside
or move it to
Leopard.
Leopard.
That's where it
Where-
belongs.
Where is
And
Leopard? I've lost it.
It's right next.
beside
It's
the
right
Peter
next to
deck.
Cheetah.
There
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah, do me a favor as well. Just drop that cheater deck out of the way. I don't want beside any of my decks. Fuck that shit.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna move Rosemon to the exact same place because that's the only reason it's there.
To be fair, I've seen Rosemon doing pretty well lately, but I think in this new format we're
Rosemon
going
is essentially just a reskinned Bloomlord.
yeah,
in a lot of
it
ways.
has,
Same thing.
from what I've seen, it has been doing pretty okay. But I mean, in this meta that we're going into with Vortexdramon and stuff, it's only going to be there because of Vortexdra.
Impealdramon. I think
Hoping for the buy waiting room because it has no rookies. I don't know how Lumi won a single game on it.
I 6-0'd him last night. No, I think.
But like, I mean, 16 rookies and not seeing 2 together is ridiculous.
Skill issue.
I think it is.
I think it's like the top of Strong but Fair.
Yeah, I think it's strong but
Rogue-
fair with the potential to become meta defining. I think in theory it has a good matchup against the Vortex if you're able to keep the stuns going. And again making them like in awkward positions.
I'm not gonna lie. I disagree.
I think the
with being
biggest
at the
thing
top
it's
of Strong
been
but Fair.
missing for a while is that good top end piece. Like it's been using BT12 fighter for so long. Like that's the icon I've used because I'd set this up before the AD1 got revealed.
The AD1 does not help in the current meta, from what I've seen. Honestly, like from what I've seen,
You
of it,
can't say anything because you never made it to a flipping fighter mode pretty much ever in all 6 games.
Yes, because I couldn't find pieces. But this is what I'm trying to say. I feel like
You're just the outlier. The deck doesn't like you. It worked for me. It works for Argo. It's worked for others.
you know what? Let me play Vortexdra. You play Impealdra. We'll see where it ends
I
up.
offered to do that last night because I was fully prepared to fucking god hand you.
It was too
I
late.
think-
But
I
what I'm
think the
saying
other
is,
thing-
I feel
Go
like
ahead.
I feel like a lot of what you're saying is fair, but I feel like you're underestimating the fact that it has to see its pieces. Yes,
I'm
Xros
not.
Tripping's good.
you
Every
had
deck
bad
needs
luck.
to see its pieces, Trevor.
It can be
Every deck.
bricky, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like I don't think it's strong enough to be right under meta defining. I'm sorry, but I feel like it just gets outclassed. I felt
Trevor?
like everything I was doing was defensive against Lumi, even when I was playing.
Because you couldn't find anything. You were bricking like no tomorrow. You had the worst hands I've ever seen this deck
And that was
pull.
your fucking Glasgow list that you topped with.
That's 2 years old at this point.
3 years.
Anyway,
3 years.
Omnimon's right here. Like a breath stone away from it. Like, it's the exact same thing. I think it's the exact same argument. It's as good as Omnimon is.
I don't know. I don't think it is, but
I think
personally, that's
you
my.
are. I think
I
you
said
just
at the start of
struggled
this, you
last night.
cannot let last night practice influence you.
Honestly, from like playing it, I just don't think it is going to be as impactful as you guys think. I think it isn't, but
think it's a skill issue, my guy.
I'm outvoted. I don't use computer where you want on it.
I think more importantly, I think this is just also could just be seen as an engine to get to Hexablow and just like stop a Vortexdra player. Just because
Honestly, I'm
the
thinking
the
that
tamer
would
can
be
source trick
better.
and then they just die.
I was thinking that it might have been better considering like what I was traveling to
Yeah.
deal with. But yeah.
I mean, to be honest, last night in the testing, I noticed you were playing the aces, and I'm going to be honest, I would never play the aces anymore with that new fighting mode.
Honestly, like even with that new fighter mode, like anytime I seen it, Lumia, the one time I did see it, it felt like I needed the ace over it because you had so many bodies. It removes the lowest DP. It against Vortexdra, that's all it does. It doesn't hit Vortexdra, it doesn't touch anywhere near your top end stuff. It hits your rookies, and that's it. And it hits one of them. Like, I'm sorry, but like personally, I just don't think it should be there unless you're also running Vortexdra in it. In that case, maybe.
No, you would never run Vortexdra.
The thing is, I also thought about this. It could also just be seen as an engine to get to Vortexdra.
Yeah, like, I mean, like realistically, you can run Vortexdra, and it can be green at its top end.
There's an argument instead of Paladin mode, you just run Vortexdra. Like, it's not a great argument. It's not a fucking awful one.
Before we spend like 20 minutes discussing this one deck.
It's because
we could. I think Imperial is going to see a lot of play, and I think even just on like player percentage, it's going to get like up there in like in that respect. Like we're going to see it a lot. I wouldn't be shocked if I see this in Worlds. Actually, no. Well, no. Worlds won't have AD01, so probably not.
Anyway, I think we should move on because we're not going to agree on it, obviously. But
no, we're not. That's why I'm saying before we spend 20 minutes. So,
but Trevor, this is one we can agree on. Bees.
Wrong but fair.
Yeah, I think it's like up here as well. I think
it is. I think it could be near the top of strong but fair. I do agree that it's not meta defining. But like it can pull out wins out of nowhere. Look at my Bristol; like it was pulling decent wins at a regional level before the new stuff comes out. So yeah, I agree.
I also think the new Queen Bee is really, really, really strong.
Well, as I was going to say, me and Lumi's talked about this. We finally have a decent level 6 to go into first.
Yeah.
I still think the Tiger Vespa is the overall winning card of the car, deck of the car, or card of the deck. But yeah, strong but fair feels pretty good on it.
It also has an actual good option to use that I was just ahead of the fucking times on.
You cannot argue Hornet Razor is going to be in the deck again, Adam.
Actually, no, it is.
No.
Trevor, you want to put Chaos decks in Mastemon just to deal with this? Now you're saying you don't want to work like an actual synergistic card into a deck?
Chaos decks in. To be fair, the only
can put Hornet Razor to the top.
I was about to say the only decent argument for it is the Queen Bee can put Hornet Razor in the security, yes.
Which is like a fucking grade A combo, because unless your opponent can specifically trash the top card of security, what do? They get their board wiped, and then if they get to a thing, they want to hit security, they have to face another board wipe.
Look, we'll see. There's a lot of deck testing for us to do in this.
100%. But I think it
fall.
100%. It's like here though. I feel like this is going to be another deck we see like a good bit of.
Again, as I said to Adam, I know it's probably stupid, but technically you can run Vortexdramon in it as well.
Coming to a B deck near you. Vortex.
I mean, yeah.
Siegramon?
I mean, if you're, yeah. I the new stuff's interesting. I mean,
the new stuff is very good. The like I say, the Beta X is a peak card because like I say, it lets you just bottom deck whatever you tuck it under. Like bottom deck the same level of whatever you tuck it under. And again with the new EX11 like tamer for Ryugumon, the Beta X has decoy on it, or sorry, decode. So when you decode out your if you like Evo over a Betamon, when digivolving, tuck under your Seadra, bottom deck something, decode out the beta, and then you get to stun other things and draw. Great in theory. I think it's
between strong but fair and rogue, but yeah.
I'd be happy with rogue. Like I think it's one of those two categories.
What's this? The Seadramon deck?
I just think it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's strong but fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say I am kind of low strong but fair rogue, high rogue. But yeah. I'm happy either way. On it.
Gamamon?
I don't like Gamamon as a deck, personally. I don't think I think it's a fun and interesting strategy, but I feel like it just never does anything.
Yeah, hoping for the buy.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say again, this is a deck that could receive some AD01 support. We know it's getting some reprints for it, so I could see it. That could change it. It could move up to here. Wah!
Unpaused.
As we're getting there, a Batamon.
Hoping for the buy.
I think it's winning isn't everything.
Yeah, I think winning isn't everything. Like if it can win a locals, if it's left alone long enough, it can do its thing.
I'm sorry, I have never seen a Batamon do well apart from whenever it first released. But
I've seen it do well in locals.
I've seen it do well enough. Not great, but well enough. Its strategy is like all there in itself. Like it's not missing anything. It's not like openly bad.
Okay. I still think it should be hoping for the buy, but personally I don't care either way. I'm never planning to play a Batamon.
Next.
Chronicles?
Hope for the buy.
Actually, I think you could put that in winning as and everything.
I would agree. I think
because I have seen how well that can do with competent pilot like Connor behind it. I mean, I think
its effects are so silly. The amount of like times you can digivolve and raise up, like it has a lot of access to things. I think it's just, again, it's one of those decks where it's like the bottom end isn't big enough yet.
Sorry,
like it's waiting on like another rookie and another level 4.
2 seconds there. Did that stream just show an online game release for fucking Digimon Fusion World before fucking thing came out?
I have no idea. I wasn't looking. Anyway.
So much Dragon Ball Fusion World, not Digimon.
I was very confused.
That's what I'm saying. Before Digimon came out, the actual Digimon, like, did they seriously release that first? Why have they released Digimon before fucking? Okay, doesn't matter.
I think you're on the wrong thing, Trev. Anyway.
Yeah, sorry, that threw me. Right. I think Chronicles can do a lot. I think it has the aggression it kind of needs to win a locals, and it has the fact that it can raise when, like, it has so many effects whenever a Digimon attacks. So, like, you can do stuff on your opponent's turn. You can have bodies, like, sprout up and, like, replace themselves in breeding.
If Shiro was here, he would tell you that's not a good thing, because every time he could do it, he couldn't find it at all. He never had the piece he wanted to Digivolve into, or he had a piece to Digivolve into in the back. Every time that particular part came up, it was actually his convincing, since he's played the deck a lot, that actually, even through my own brief testing, is why I chose not to play Diaboromon in Vortex, because it's the same effect of Hatch and Digivolve, and from my own testing, I can verify his words. You either have a piece you don't want to put in the back, or you just don't have a piece to put in the back.
I don't know. As I say, Connor played it, and he played it pretty well, and it seemed to like focus and work together. That's the only reason I'm.
Is it pilot dependent?
Nah.
No, it's not that high. It might be high pilot dependent of where it goes in these bottom two tiers, but like,
I think it's on par with everything in Winning Isn't Everything.
Okay, next, Blue Hybrid. I think this is going to become strong but fair, because it's now got protection on a tamer.
Can we even call it Blue Hybrids anymore?
Look, it was called Yellow Hybrids when I played at regionals, and I had a deck list in, and they called it Yellow Hybrids. So, Yellow Hybrids should be.
It's strong but fair.
Rogue?
I want to put it in strong but fair, but I don't even think what it's getting is going to put it quite as high as that.
I think Ancient Gurumon is a strong card. I think the Tamers can be good.
You've also got to put into this case.
I think majorly the deck feels like kind of roguish. It works into some decks, and then others it just feels like it does nothing.
Well, one good thing it's going to get is it's going to get a lot of the purple hybrid support because of the new tamer, like the yellow ones, because we basically can play them over, which means we have a bit of recyclability now, as well as what do you call it, protection. The issue is, I think the Magna is still possibly going to be a wee bit better as a top end, but like, I mean, I'm happy enough with it being rogue or strong but fair. I feel like I
don't think it's as good as strong but fair. Like
I want it to be. I want it to be. I don't think it is, but I want it to be.
Like, I think it kind of feels like a rogue strategy. Like, you'll see someone play it and they could do well with it, but they're not going to do, like, on average, they're not going to do well. Like,
I think it just comes down to the rest of the hybrid support that we get, really. Like, if we get a wee bit more hybrid support, I can see it being very high and strong but fair, but, like, it just depends. I think it needs a wee bit something more. I don't know what. I just think it needs a wee bit more.
Okay, last deck.
Our final deck is RGB Emperorgrey Susano thing, like the one with like all three of the tamers and stuff. Like you want to play Zoe.
Winning Isn't Everything.
Yeah, Susano, yeah, that style. I got the promo in BT21. That thing. The thing that the new triple tamer is actually meant to be support for.
Yeah, winning ain't everything.
I think it is winning isn't everything. I think the problem with that hybrid strategy, that has always been the problem, is there's just too many different colors and it wants to do too many things, and it just is harder to put itself into that position. Personally,
I play too many different tamers as well, and it's like I was looking at it, it's like the tamers for it are really good, but you're wanting to play like high amounts of all of them.
It's why the triple tamer.
Them.
I was gonna say it's why the triple tamers are really good for it, but I feel like it's just a little too inconsistent as a hybrid strategy. I think you kind of need to be like, this is the hybrids I'm building, this is what I'm going for.
Yeah. It tries to be all of them at once, and it's like, it doesn't really work.
If they all could digivolve over each other, 100% it could work, but they can't.
Well,
like if they all have
they can, but they just can't do it for like cheap.
Well, that is us done. If you want to scroll up to show the full list.
I wanna, before we finish, can we all agree this looks wrong now?
What looks wrong?
Guys, please.
Nah, it's still rogue.
I think Invisimon is still rogue. I do not think that it is quite got to strong but fair. Again, I'm happy to be completely wrong on it, but like,
Okay, but not all of these are like
not all of them are the same level of rogue. 100% no, but like I don't think it just has enough to be in strong but fair. I feel like yes, it can do things and it can compete in certain ways, but I don't think it's quite up there.
I think if you tested this deck a bit, Trevor, you would change your mind.
Maybe, and I'm happy to be wrong, but I think I'm happy enough with where
Look, majority voted, it's rogue, that's where it stays.
Shameful.
But
I mean, we all have disagreements on some things. Like, I mean, realistically, we all have different thought processes. A lot of this could be completely fucking wrong.
it could be. I mean, this is just our thought process where we think everything's going to be for the EX11/AD01 meta. We're going to be pretty wrong on some stuff. There's going to be a ban list by then, which is going to knock some of this stuff down pegs, up pegs, off the list completely.
Yeah. 100%. Like, this is the meta we're caring about because this is the meta we're going to be playing under for Bristol.
And on top of that, there's still more cards to be revealed for AD01 in terms of new cards, which could help in stuff.
I really hope they do, because I'm not looking forward to this regional.
Trust me, you're not the only one. As someone that's been playing Sapaga since day one and loving the deck, it's been nice to be sitting as that rogue guy. And now, because of one set, everyone and their mother wants to play the deck.
And everyone and their mother has
I mean, no, I fully admitted that the deck was just one support away from being stupid. I did not want it to be this stupid. I wanted to maybe be like meta-defining, not elephant.
Adam, guess what? We were both right. We kept saying it. Lumi didn't believe us. Sapaga's just the best deck.
Yeah, it always has been. Secretly.
Yeah. Well, hope you've all enjoyed this video. If you've managed to somehow last through 4 hours and 23 minutes, thank you very much for watching.
Yeah,
see you all on the next one.
It was
Bye for now.
List.